So, hello and welcome to this stream. Today we are going to watch the 1100 or U1100 stream, and let's see. I'm just gonna join in a random lobby and see if yeah, what I can see there. Okay, that looks good. So, let me just adjust the sound real quick. So, let's check the reclaim. So we have quite a lot of reclaim, a bit in the middle, and especially in the main base we have some big rocks and TND. So they're going seemingly for the pretty normal build order. 2 pigeons, 2 mexes. Yeah. Let's see what they're doing. An early lab after 3 engineers. He is going for a defensive play. I would prefer probably also the defensive play because there is not a lot to raid. It seems like you can easily defend those. And on maps where you have so much reclaim, you have to scale your power a bit more compared to other maps. So he's moving his ACU very... Okay, he isn't. I thought he would move his ACU already, because that would be too early. You need this early scaling power. Now an early lab towards this expanding engineer, and he probably get it even. If he doesn't send this tank to the bottom, and I think he will protect those engineers instead of this one, he will actually be successful. I heavily dislike this radar. A radar costs 20 power to sustain. Like, just make land scouts with your tanks. So far Morlin is scaling better. Even though he has a factory already, I think his strategy will pay off more in the later stages because his expansion is faster. It's a 5 times 5 map, so I wouldn't go for an air factory here. Just go for Tech 1 land spam. But I think he's heavily overbuilding power. I can't imagine that he isn't overflowing power already. Like, he has 2 land factories to power basically. also like make one factory reclaim command here, and then you can get all those rocks and wrecks. This would be so good. But he doesn't do it either. He's trying to micro them, but it isn't really successful. And badly microed auroras are, yeah, horrible. But unit-wise, it actually looks way better for him, even though he has only 2 factories. I mean, he has also only 2 factories. So yeah. And he has to raid way more. Like, he could easily kill these 2 mexes. He could probably kill also some mexes here. He could kill this mex if he pushes with his ACU together. He could reclaim those. I mean, he probably does it. Yeah, okay. But you can be way more aggressive. And now he has to kill this hydro. Like, just... I think a lot of lower rated players are just afraid. But you have to have some confidence. And especially, like, Modern is building here just inties. If you go for an air factory on a 5x5 map, you just go for bomber spam, as long as your enemy isn't going for an air factory. Because, you see, now he knows that you have air, and he reacts with air instead of mobile anti-air, which is a problem. But he could have went, okay, he is going for bombers now, but he should have done that already, and he could have killed so many auroras and so many engineers. It would be so good. And yeah, okay, he thought there would be reclaim, but yeah. I would now move my ACU to the bottom and try to push here while I defend with bombers the auroras and try to build PD and tanks. I think that's actually what he's doing. No, he's focusing the ACU. Yeah, that PD is so important. But it's actually looking better for him now. Like, at least from the unit or from the map control. But he didn't manage to build more factories. And that's where now it pays off to have all those units, because now he will get all this map control back without any problems. As long as he doesn't suicide here or anything. He has to move forward now. You can't, like, what happened now is that his ACU can't shoot while all those auroras can shoot. What you do is you move in. That's better defense than moving out. And bombing Maxis isn't really worth it. Like, go for those units. The Max is gonna die anyway when he doesn't have units to defend the expansions. But I think Modlin wins this game now. I mean, he doesn't have any tanks anymore. He has basically the same amount of HP. If he doesn't blunder his ACU in some extremely stupid way, this game is won for him. He's making Tech 2 maxes. I don't like that, because you're winning. Like, if you just spam units now, the game is won. So why do you make Tech 2 maxes and want to delay your win with that? Yeah, he didn't manage to build more than 2 land factories, and he has 5 land factories. Of course, this won't work in the long run. He has to scale way more factories in the beginning, and also like get this reclaim. But he's dead now. There's no way to come back from this. And also look at the score. Morlin has double the score of him. I should make the mic louder. I just read it. I can do it. No problem. Is it better like that? Okay, good. So yeah, this game is clearly won. Yeah, exactly. He had very few units because he didn't use this reclaim and he didn't build any more factories. He had one engineer here in his base building stuff, but you need to at least like 3, 4 engineers building factories. Like look at Maudlin, how and he even went Tech 2, so he could probably have 3, 4 factories more. So yeah. What are you doing? Just end this game. I mean, he probably don't want to get caught in some draw or something, but this game is closed. Yeah, okay. He control Kate. Okay, this was the first game. Let's see which games are otherwise. Okay, this game is done. Probably I can probably share also the challenge. Um, so here you have the challenge. Let's see which. Okay, LittleTank. YungDookie lost. Oh no. Versus it, or is it he? He lost to a 250 rated guy. What is this? Okay, let's see which. So, are there any games open to join? Otherwise, we can just watch a replay. Oh my fucking god. This is the game we just watched. I want to see the YungDookie game. Why did he lose to a 200 rated guy? Um, why can't I see this replay? Is it probably not uploaded yet? I really want to watch what happened there. Did he just blunder to his ACU or? Let's see what's happening in this chat. Or actually, I don't want to spoiler myself. I really want to see that. But yeah, we can probably watch another replay. Also on the game, on the same map. Let's see how they did. Yeah, I can understand that you want to see that, but I don't know if this is uploaded yet. We can probably watch it after that. Because I haven't found it yet. Let's see how they are starting. He's a judoka trainee. He has to carry now. Like, okay, at least he's just spamming land factories and building also a lot less pigeons. That seems pretty decent. Yeah, sometimes it needs some time till it's uploaded. Yeah. He's if he goes, oh, that's a good play. I don't know if it actually works out or if he should have. No, he has to assist or has to factory reclaim here. Then it would be actually a very good build order. Yeah, okay, he blundered here a bit his NG micro. But actually, bro, he has BO'd that. You can't tell me. Well, this is actually really good. Is it looks brutal, but it actually works out pretty good. This for real. You probably gonna power stall here. And he want to be more aggressive with those units. Yeah, that's a problem. As I said, when you have also so much reclaim, you really want to build a lot of power. Yeah, he went too late for those labs. If you make labs, you have to make them very early. But this looks really good. I mean, he's already nearly double the total amount of mass acquired. That's really good. Yeah, probably he learned with Yudoka this map. Probably he told him how to approach it. But this looks actually quite decent. Of course, some of these NGs like are kind of fucked. Their orders, right? He's still on this factory reclaim, but it looks pretty decent actually. How is his eco balance? Look, like he's not overbuilding power. He's spending all his mass. He's overbuilding in power a bit. And then it's I mean it's a common mistake. I see that all the time. But E-storages, like that's 5 tanks. He has 4 tanks in total, and is building a structure which doesn't give him any advantage, which costs 5 tanks. Yeah, but the game is basically already over. Like, he has 5 factories, he has 3, and he has basically 75% map control. Five kill to death balance. That's brutal. But this was very good approach. I think he he trained on this map. I don't think that he cooked that up freestyle. If he did it, if he really did it, much respect for that. But yeah, but only the LittleTank 1 tanks. Yeah, what we see also in the previous games, they don't take this reclaim with the factory reclaim command. That's really what basically decides the game. Because that's so much. That's, I don't know. That's like 10 to 15 tanks. Who do you mean patient all? You mean, yeah, that's. I mean, it's good. You pay 0.4 less, so he probably spares like 2 mass per second. That's kind of important on such a low max map. But that wasn't the game deciding thing. That was just another little factor. So if he plays like that on every map, he's a very strong potential winner. So now I want to see if YungDookie. Oh, wait a moment. I'm not sure if he trained on this map. Sadly, I can't still see that. What is this tournament actually? This. Yeah, so I'm very sure Yudoka told him what to do. I mean, that's totally fair. Like, of course, tourney preparation is fine. Can I see it like that? No. Okay, I just go to normal replay world. YungDookie in Aeolus finden. Young. He probably is depressed now and went offline. What is this map? Is this playable area or what is this? Ah, okay, that's not playable area. So reclaim situation. Yeah, there is quite a lot of reclaim to gain. All those rocks. And a lot of trees. I actually like that map. Because of all the reclaim, I don't know, a lot of times you see in lower rated tournaments, like basically no reclaim. So but you really depend on that reclaim because you only have 2 maxes, and for this max you have to walk quite far. So this would be a map I would completely be OHOR. So because it has such an unusual start that it's hard to freestyle it very good. And I think they have to go way more for the reclaim. Like make one attack move here. Because you see they are already running out of mass. He is also running out. Yeah, okay. He's reclaiming. Can people make 2 land factories for a reclaim? Probably yes. I would maybe make like from an early factory some 3, 4, 5 engineers and then go for tanks back. I don't know if a whole reclaim factory is worth it. And also he built those labs so late and he has already tanks out. Isn't it easier to just send engies? What do you mean by just send engies? Where? Yeah, and you see here a common problem. He switched here to tanks, he switched here to tanks, and now he has 1 engineer in the base building factories. this can't work. You scale up your factory so slow, especially with such a big amount of reclaim. You really have to have the build power to be able to use all this mass and the energy you have stored in those trees and rocks. Yeah, but you um, yeah, but you need factories to build engineers, right? So the question is, do you make a factory which is which is only dedicated to building reclaim engineers, and also this factory shouldn't have built any tanks, like just BAM engineers, and then you can use the early reclaim here to be able to spam a second factory up so fast that even if he goes for early labs, you can defend them. Yeah, right. He needed one factory just building engineers, and he doesn't have that. And now you see he's starting to overflow. He's even, yeah. Well, he has not even a single engineer. Like he has here one, but the biggest problem here is really they ignore completely the reclaim. Actually, looking at the map, I would probably actually do a second factory just for reclaim engineers. And yes, Aeon Lab can kill a tank with some micro. That's true, but I don't expect such micro on such a game. I actually killed with one Aeon Labs once, two tanks and two scouts from Seraphim. And also, when I play Aeon, I would just secure this area with my Auroras, and then I would just go Tech 2 and spam blazes. Because, I mean, you have all the resources for Tech 2, and Auroras are pretty bad at pushing because you always have to retreat when engaging in a fight. And now you see what happens when you don't have enough engineers in your base. Where did this... No, come back. Well, yeah, if you have only 3 factories, this can only go one way, right? You have to keep scaling your factories. And then also those engages. Yeah, this is really hard to win. He's making engineers now, but I think the damage has been done already. And also, I mean, he has to spam more factories. And also, as I said, like at least one factory only engineers because of all this reclaim. Probably even 2 reclaim engineer factories. But everything below 1 is completely wrong. But it doesn't look too bad, I mean, this is rescuable. He's spamming here factories. And, like, I mean, you probably don't have the APM, but click those big rocks. Like, that's so much worth. I mean, both of them are overflowing, so it's kind of relevant. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a single air factory, and he has already like 4, 7, 8, 9 intis. Now he's starting to start to make bombers, and then he could just move here, kill this engineer. You can kill those engineers. But map control wise, and also eco, it isn't too bad actually. It doesn't look too bad, even though he fucked up his start so much. But yeah, now you can see all this scaling starts to pay off. Yeah, now this is probably the stage where you're gonna die. OC with which power? So yeah, and still every single tree is is there. So this map really lives off its reclaim, and both of them didn't care about the reclaim. That's a big problem. So is YungDookie isn't in the U1100 chat. Is he in Iolos? No, he's still crying. Did it even happen? Why? That's really weird that it's for such a long time not available. So what we have here now. This has to be still played. YungDookie versus Ktosiek. I'm wondering. He has also no replay of it. sad. But which is probably another unexpected game. Reversant versus DJ Not Nice. That's what it is. I actually thought Reversant would be probably a very potential winner, because I mean he's from the global rating the highest rated, if I remember correctly. But I haven't seen him in 1v1. But probably his eco scaling and stuff is probably better than compared to others. I wonder, because DJ Not Nice is also in the dojo, if he has also the build order. Probably yes. Yeah, I'm waiting also for the telemaser. What? I can't do tech 3 pigeons? Or probably he's going for set spam if he rolls UEF. Well, he doesn't do it as good as LittleTank. Reversant also doesn't have the best build order here. Is he already walking? Yeah, okay, this is cooked. But he's very slow. Yeah, I mean, they all have not the highest APM and a lot of idle units and stuff like that. And he's going second air. I hope he queues up at first bomber. If he doesn't, I know why he lost. Also, these laps are so slow. But he had a better start, seemingly. And I mean, yes, he has nearly a second factory. He hasn't even started it yet. But he's using those laps as defensive measurements. I don't know. But it seems okay, probably. He probably overflows. Oh no, he doesn't overflow power. But they seem to ignore all that there is a reclaim. Yeah, minute, minute 4, second factory. That's pretty late. Especially on a map where you have basically all this mess at the beginning. And I mean, he has a basic understanding of how to play a 1v1. He doesn't expand at all. Like, he has 2 tanks and basically no expansion. He secured 25% of the map. Um, why is this engineer not assisting here? This is like, this hurts. I go to observers again. Spending your resources is as important as getting those resources. This little raid is very good. Just because now you see he moves a single tank. He moves a single tank, and that forces 3 tanks to move to the right side. And this opens up this whole alley here, and he can kill 3 engineers and move back again. This would be really good if he would have used it right after that. The famous power storage rush. There's I mean, does he have the power to OC? Actually, probably yes. With the mass stall, he probably has. But still, definitely not worth it to go for. And why is he stalling? Well, he doesn't have any massacre probably. Yeah. He can't spend his resources, and he can't get those resources. That's basically the game. And he's going for Tech 2 maxes. Yeah, the problem is I don't think that reversant knows how to play 1v1. Like, he has still 3 factories. Probably, if you consider the NG assistants, 4 factories. He doesn't have more factories. Weird. True. Impossible. This move is kinda bad. He's losing HP for no reason. He has so many tanks in the middle of his base, but decides to spend 250 mass on a PD. But that's good. He shouldn't overcommit now. He should just kill the max and then stay there until he has a good unit advantage. Now this SU placement is very dangerous because he has so many more units, but he is in such a bad position. Hi, Accidental Leon. So yeah, but with all those units which came from the main base, it's over, I guess. Please don't let it be a fucking 40 hours 1v1 on a 5x5 map. I've seen so many on replay reviews. Oh no, my enemy turtled up. He had 20 Tech 2 arties. But this is a good move. Gun. But his waypoints are a bit cooked. And he also paused all factories to have the gun, to afford this gun, which is good. And yeah, he did only built PDs at the top, not at the bottom. And now he can just push in. Reversant is on... Why is he stalling so... Yeah, okay, now it's kind of fine, but 70 mass overflow while stalling. That's not really good. And he's going for a PD creep. On 20 mass income. I mean, I don't know why he doesn't just run in. I mean, probably he just want to be secure. But he has just in this area 50 mantis. And now he runs them into Tech 2 PD instead of just going around it and kill the whole main base. This would be so much better. Yeah, he lost all his mantis here, basically for free. And also have he should have his units behind his ACU. Yeah, okay. So this is over now. I mean, this is... I don't know why it's even allowed. And he should fix his rally points, like make a waypoint here and then make a waypoint here, so not all your units get farmed by those PDs. Why shoot and not reclaim? Yeah, but okay. Now we just have to follow him. Okay, let's see. Yeah, if he overflowed all his resources he got. So let's see which games happened. So this has to be still played on Serenity Desert Small. I don't know that map. The obligatory check if YungDookie's game is online. Still not online yet. That's really weird. It has to be online for like half an hour by now. You probably deleted it from the vault. Can you... But he isn't in Iola, so he won't get the message, I guess. Who was the other guy? Yeah, not even the FAF servers want to see that. So what happened in the Discord? Nothing important. So do we have another game currently played? We have Nyx versus Sam's side. Let's watch this. So he doesn't go for any mexes. He goes for one mex, so he probably knows about the reclaim situation here, which calms me down a bit. He also knows about it. Man, this is a high quality game. Let's go. Nobody is ignoring all this reclaim. Always have a scout with your lab. Otherwise, I mean, yes, you can send it blindly into the expansion of the enemy, but it still reduces the effectiveness of it, and the scout costs basically nothing. So I really like to see. I mean, he has probably a better power scaling. Well, actually, they both are on the same power income. He's a bit ahead, but not too much. And then that's always a bit sad that you just idle your stuff here, because if you build labs, you have to make them use very early. And then, I mean, LittleTank did it already very good. That he had engineers assisting the assisting the ACU. You really need that if you have all those reclaim rocks and wrecks. So, even though he sent it out so late, it's probably worth it actually. Yeah, he gonna get its value. This lab also get its value, and probably even the tank if he adjusts the waypoint to the hydro here. But he's going way too much for labs. He probably didn't change his build queue. But on the reclaim side, I think, yes, Sam's side did actually better on the reclaim. So he's also ahead on total mass. Power income is basically the same. Only the expansions are a bit delayed, I feel like. So this is gonna be a problem. And also, as I said, this tank, like, ignore this max. Killing those engineers is way more, it pays way more off than killing the single max. He gets at least one engineer killed. But I think both are... No, he isn't overflowing, that's good. But he has still some reclaim here, like make one... Okay, he's sending this engineer, that's fine. This is brutal. He can't build the max because he's placed the land scout on it. But he's getting all the reclaim in the middle. That's very important. And he... I feel like this is going Nick's way. He also still kills those expansion engineers, while he has his expansions already secured with a PD and more tanks than him. So the main difference is he's building factories basically on, let's say, 1/3 of the map. So that's very close to the middle. If he would have just built those factories in the main base, it would be so much better. Because you see, like, he's building them in the main base, and there's also not a real travel distance difference on a 5x5. So yeah, he has way more earlier units. That fucker. Yeah, this land scout was brutal. This was so effective. He delayed this max by probably 30 seconds at 60 mass. I don't like this move. He has to retreat, and he does it. But he could actually push here. He could kill all those tanks and kill those two mixes, and then retreat again. Also building this max, like, that's really good that he wants to immediately get the value out of the conquered territory. That's really good. And he has a lack of land scouts in his army. He should have... I don't know what his build queue is, but yeah, he has way too few land scouts in his mix, and then he probably doesn't see such opportunities, right? Yeah, I mean, Archie, I also thought, like, it would be really cool if players would think outside the box and go for Archie drops, go for Tech 2 Air Rush or something like that, and at least try it. Even if it fails, I would love to see them. but I think we're gonna mainly see Tech 1 land spam, which is a bit sad, because that makes the games more equal to one another. I mean, of course, it's a 5x5 map, so there is basically your only opportunity to go for Tech 1 land spam. Oh, don't run into this PD. Okay, he's retreating, or at least want to keep the distance with which is very good. And now when he sees the PD, he has to retreat again, and that's what he's doing. So this is really good, well played actually. Now he has to wait for some more arties. When you have the tank advantage, you want to start mix in some more arties to be able to kill those PDs. Because you have enough tanks to kill tanks. Now you need arties to prevent PDs from killing your tanks. I think so. I can look into the map pool for a second, but I'm sure there is. I have to look in the Discord. Yeah, there are some 10x10 maps, and the biggest is 12.5 times 12.5. I think these 5x5 maps are just at the begin. I haven't looked at it because I was on Discord. Why do you suicide all those units? Yeah, that's a huge blunder. Just don't be too like, a lot of people don't have the patience, and sometimes it happens to me too, of course. Like, you just have to have this patience to not run into those PD because you want to yeah, okay, you probably wanted to go for the kill, but still, like, it's better to focus on killing the infrastructure instead of going just for the kill. But Nyx is playing it really good here. So far, at least. What I want to see now is like one factory building engineers to get all those reclaim. And a run into the base. He should kill all those engineers and try to rescue as many tanks out of this situation as possible to not donate reclaim, but also deny building a lot of PD. Tech 1 bomber snipe. Just walk in a circle and it will never happen that you get sniped. I died last U1100 Tournament due to Tech 1 bomber snipe. That's a different story. Okay. He probably gave up or something. I don't know. Which is reasonable. I don't think he can rescue from that, only if he really blunders a lot. So let's see. So we can join YungDookie. Let's go. I 100% join in there. Yo, guys. Oh no, I'm not connected to Ktosiek. I have to refresh. Wait for me, please. Let's see what happens in this game. I really don't know. I think YungDookie is a better player, or at least he isn't rusty. So he probably has a higher chance of winning. But when I look at the results of the last game, I don't think that it will work as good as I probably think. So let's see. Why does it take so long? That's really weird. Maybe I close the game again. Yeah, right. YungDookie has double the amount of 1v1 rating. So I think we can start now. Let's see. Oh no, I shouldn't join in there. I don't know what the reclaim situation is, but I would probably focus on a bit higher rated units like Tech 2, because you have those little choke points and it's not so open. But I really don't know how they both played. I hope that Ktosiek learned from last game and has a bit more build power in his base. I'm rooting for him. I mean, he's 400 rated or something. So, of course, you kind of wanted the underdog to win. So, quite some reclaim. Let's see. Land factory and nothing cute. I think he doesn't know if he goes for the idle rush or not. I wouldn't go for it actually. Yeah, he doesn't go for it. But I think he actually wants to go for it. Let's see. Let's see what works out better. I mean, with the tree reclaim, it will probably work quite fine, but I don't know. So he's going after 3 engineers for some labs. He's going now for a tank and a scout. What? He gonna power stall. I'm pretty sure. Or does he send 3 engineers here? I don't know. I mean, Ktosiek already scaled better. At least what the scoreboard says. And that was also my intuition, so. Yeah, I also think if you just reclaim those tree groups, then you probably fine. I just don't comment this. We just look at another place on the map. So it's already basic placed in mass storages. Yeah, it should be probably fine. I mean, YungDookie catches up. Probably the hydro start is actually better. It could be. And also this lab, it could get such a value if he just kills those 2 engineers. But also those tanks can get a real value. But there is no engineer here. So he always switches his first factory to tanks. Like this will never work. He has to have this build power to scale. YungDookie is doing it good. He's only building engineers, and this results just in a way better scaling. But both of them should reclaim a bit. Sadly, I can't go into the perspective of them, but I'm pretty sure that both of them should reclaim more. Like, you can just make an attack move to 1 tree group, and then you're fine, more or less. Well, they're getting a real nice value here. But I don't think Ktosiek gonna win this. I mean, it's basically 3 factories versus 5. That's a common pattern in his playstyle or in his games so far, that he just doesn't have enough build power in his base to scale up his tank production, and then he gonna get, even if he gets now, he can kill now tanks as he want and get expansions as much as he wants, but he gonna lose all of them just because he doesn't scale enough in his base. So are there any interesting plays? Not so far. I mean, why is he backing up? Like, he can kill all those maxes. He has nothing to protect. Okay, he's actually doing. He just waited for his units. That's okay. But then he doesn't really make it worth. He's too afraid, I think. I mean, he also has no scouts, and then he sees just a lot of shots, and then he retreats. If he would have had some land scouts, he would know that he can just run into there with his ACU. And even though I'm not a real fan of bombers on 5x5 maps, versus Aeon it's kinda okay, because those the Auroras die. Well, if you shoot at them. And he's so focused around sending units through these two choke points that he completely ignores this wide field, and that's a big problem here, I see. Like, he lost all this expansion, and now he just moved all his units together and gonna shift G him. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, right. He forgot about a whole third of the map. So this was pretty clear. It was better played by YungDookie overall, even though he just ignored so much of his expansions. But Ktosiek just didn't scale his land factories enough. You just have to build more factories in his base and have more engineers in his base. So, were there any other interesting games? Let me check the challenge again. So now we have in the loser bracket YungDookie 1 here. So this should be this gunner, he's minus 140 ladder rating. This was this brown guy. He played actually pretty decent. I would say like 600, 700. So he just probably never really played 1v1 ladder, I can imagine. Because he played decent. Then we could probably watch this game. Last time the alpha played, or no, we didn't watch that game. We watched LittleTank. Yeah, let's probably watch Marlon and the alpha. Are they currently playing? No, it doesn't seem like it. Oh, you just see the challenge. It doesn't seem like it. Well, then we can watch LittleTank probably. Oh man. Um, this live replay work. Let's see. Okay, this seems to work. On Certus Major. So it's really important to make this cliff build here to be able to get this reclaim as fast as possible. And then you want also a transport going here. Actually, what I would like to see is, I don't know, a transport drop here and then send intis here, so you deny the transport drop here. I would think that this would at least be some special spicy stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I mean you can walk. Yeah, we probably just walk, but I think a transport drop to this side would actually be really worth it. I mean, you have quite a lot of reclaim here, and if you, yeah, I don't know. So both going for the Hydro Rush, which seems reasonable to do. But sadly, idle engineers. And then he splits his build power so much. He's building 3 pigeons with different engineers. This is really like, if he would have all those engineers together, he would have already 2 to 3 pigeons running. And he delays himself so much with that. But nobody is really going for the edge build here. I mean, it's a meta thing, so if you don't know this map... Oh no, did he thought here is a slope where he can go up? Yeah, probably. I I mean, the expansion is probably equally fast, and he is for some reason 1.3k score versus 800 score. Why is that? So actually the start was way better for Gunner. Or at least the scoreboard says that. I think if you look at it neutrally, it's kinda equal. He's a bit faster here, but I don't think. Well, this idling of engineers is really bad. Yeah, right. Blue didn't use his ACU. That's probably why the scoreboard, or why his score is so far behind. Now he's going for the edge build, so he knows that you should do that. Or he just remembered it, but that's a good move. But all this split build power, that's really damaging. And also he doesn't seem to build tanks. Like, but for real, imagine one guy would have rushed a transport to this side. It would have, this could have been game ending. Because you can get so easily 75% of the map. And you can also expect, like from high rated players, you expect that the ACU moves somewhere here to secure it. 5.0 kill rate. Yeah, that's brutal. Okay, nice early bomber, killing the expanding engineers. No dodge. He can probably kill both expanding engineers. This would be such a big win. And he probably auto dodge? No. Yeah, he didn't react too good with his inties. But killing these expanding engineers can really make the difference. I mean, he's still far ahead on the expansion. Like he has 33% more mass income. Now he's spamming factories here. This is a good move actually. And you want to have some arties here to kill those PDs to be able to secure all that reclaim. Expansion wise, Gunner made a way better play here. And also like to keep to let those tanks be alive, those tanks be as alive. You want to get those maxes as fast as possible. And also this ACU is idle again. Like try to fight or something. Or reclaim here. That would be even also fine. As long as those PDs are dead and you don't lose HP to that. And he has also Tech 2 maxes. He has more tanks, more territory gained, and Tech 2 maxes. Yeah, he is losing unnecessary HP. Okay, now he has already here. I really think Gunner gonna win this. If he just plays it simple like that, he will win. And what I already said is, I would highly appreciate it if people would play a bit more diverse. Like, every game is basically just I spam Tech 1 tanks. Like, just go for Tech 2 air or go for drops or at least something like Tech 2 land, and as long as it isn't on a 5x5 map. But this is something I would really like to see. Imagine he would just go for, like, he has the power probably for it, he has the mass for it. Just click Tech 2 factory, and then go for Janus and kill all his power. Game is over. But now he starts to waste some units, and he's making more maxes while he isn't making maxes. And this results, of course, in being in a unit disadvantage. And if he can use the reclaim he's gonna get, can be also turn to the tables. So, okay, good reaction with PD here. Yeah, this, like, if you move your units around a corner, let them collect the here, and then go here. This is just a free master nation. He's going to take stream sniper. But that's, yes, I want to see more of such things. He's going Tech 2 Air 2. Both are stream sniping. Let's go. Now it would be probably, I think blue has the air advantage, and especially one Janus is really good to fight inties. Yeah, two stream snipers. Actually, I think he overexpanded here brutally, and it doesn't even need the Tech 2 air. This looks really horrible. If he would move these units to the bottom, this would be clearly over. If he moves those units, he's a stream sniper. Well, not in the right direction. But probably it's even enough. Yes, always those few idle tanks. Okay, so Gunner is earlier Tech 2 air. And he has a nice spot here to place his Tech 2 pigeon. So he came out of this situation more because of luck, but he left a big reclaim field behind. 4 to 5,000 mass. Yeah, there's like make one factory, this factory just building energy. Man, he's playing good. That's what I want to see. But now, yes, earlier, okay, he's building Tech 2 Air on Tech 1 Pigeons. How is his power? It's fine because it isn't really assisted a lot. Usually we want to like 10 to 15 engineers around it. But at some point he just continues to eco. And now it looking problematic. I mean, yes, he has a huge amount of reclaim here, but he has to really make this work now. And I also don't like the Stinger gameplay, but that's mostly because I don't like Stingers at all. I mean, there is no Tech 2 land, so Stingers are probably good. Yeah, he could go for ACU snipe, but actually I don't think he need to. I think he can actually win that without any sniping, because you see how he gets his map control back, because he made too many. Tech 3 air? Okay. He made too many mixes, and then he ends up with not enough units. I wonder how that will work out. And the big problem is he made so many maxes, but he never actually used that eco. So he used eco to make more eco, and then he can't spend this eco. So actually he has now 75% map control. Just make a transport here, drop here, and then you're in a really good position. But he's now Tech 3 air. This can be really game changing. If he manages to build enough Intis or ASF. I mean, I would never advise this play, but it probably works. I mean, look at this tank disadvantage. 32 tanks versus 82. So, and I don't see any PDs here. And he doesn't make use of his Tech 3 air. Yeah, I think Blue rescued it actually. And like use those stingers. I don't know why he keeps them just at the edge. Like use them. That's also a lot of a thing that I see often. They build units, then they amass a huge amount of units, and then they start one big push. But when I go for Tech 2 air, I send them in instantly. And now you have the problem that he spams flag, and now your stingers are useless. Like, send them instantly. Or when you have 2 or 3 of them. Airfight is 1 as long as he doesn't suicide over the flag. And he suicides. He loses air. No! He had an attack move. So, and if an attack move is done, then the intis won't shoot at any other inti but that. If he would have just made a waypoint, all those intis would be dead. He won. He still won. He has so many stingers here. So this is problematic now. I mean, the mass is now equal. This is actually an interesting game, because now you see actually strategies like Tech 2 Air or Tech 3 Air, but before that, yeah, that was not really good micro. But I think APM IRS actually wins this game. He has to. I mean, he just won air, and he could snipe him. It can actually work. I don't see any anti-air. I don't see any enough inties. I see some Janus, but if they will be enough, I highly doubt it. So now the Strat Bomber is out. And he probably gonna... He's power stalling, but has a power shield. That's a good move to have shields. But I think he waits too long here. He wants to have multiple strats to make it in one pass, but there's no need for it. Like, there's no anti-air at all. And he's really in a position where he just has to win now. And he's moving his ACU to the front. He has to build TMDs here. These MMLs could actually easily kill all the build power around it. And also, like, position some MLLs here, you can kill a lot of here. So now with it, he has to commit now. Like, that's 2 passes and the ACU is dead. He really has to do that now. What is he doing? I mean, if he doesn't go for a snipe, I really don't know. Oh no, all the stingers are dead. Well, this wasn't so good. Now he's going for the ACU. For what is he going? For the power? Well, this won't rescue you now. The only chance was the ACU. Yes, just a waypoint. I don't understand it. He could have actually won it if he just right-clicked the ACU here. And he does it now. It's probably too late, because he runs out of space here, so it's a really... And he doesn't have the necessary air cover. This is really close. This is really close. But I think he gonna win with basically 0 map control. Only 2 strats, and he gonna win this. If this parashield isn't arrived in time, and I don't think so, man, this was... this was like 1 or 2 seconds. 1 or 2 seconds, and then he would be under a parashield. Man. But this was so much more exciting than the games previously. Man. He was in such a bad position at the beginning, and then he got himself back. But he moved his ACU here. He should have moved his ACU here and then built more parashields, or built flag or more inties or stuff like that. and then it would have actually worked. That's sad. Poor guy. Okay, so let's join this one. The loser bracket round 2. This was actually the guy who beat YungDookie. Okay, I will be back in 1 minute. I have to go to the toilet. So I'm back now. Let's see. So he's going for a very low amount of PGNs, maxes. I think if you make a attack move here, it can probably work out like that. He's going for way too less pigeons. He has to build more pigeons. He has no hydro. Yeah. He's going here for pigeons, but there's gonna be too few pigeons and too late. He gonna power storm. So let's see. I have to really disable this scoreboard because you can't go into their perspective when being the observer. And if this factory reclaim command would be here, it would be probably good, but now he's reclaiming just those trees, which are basically completely irrelevant. So the mid is really important. But in my opinion, they are he is way too much focused around building labs. He should build way more engineers. Like, you have so much maxes to expand to, you have a lot of reclaim, you need to have the build power to really spread out fast. Oh, he's AFK. I mean, moving his ACU early there is probably good to get all this reclaim. But then, yeah, I mean, it's fine. He was AFK for a few seconds. But now he's losing all his expanding engineers in the bottom. That's really problematic. And also here are 2 engineers expanding. Like make 1 engineer going here, 1 engineer going here, and then you can build factories or something. And those 2 Aeon Labs will win here also. So this is a brutal loss here, this expansion. And now he should really push more units into the bottoms, because then you can deny all this expanding. And then he's doing the same mistake. You have to build only engineers from the first factory. You need to really expand to the maxes and get this reclaim. And this is, yes, early units can be useful, but it's way better to build engineers and then scale up your production and then have your units a bit later, but way more units. That pays off in most cases and basically in all cases. So never change this to... okay, he's changing back now to engineers. We have another stream sniper. So he has an AFK factory. This is problematic. This can be actually very dangerous here. He also doesn't really have the backup to rescue him. He has to move his Auroras further in. And also this is always bad to have just such a slow stream of Auroras without scouts. Auroras really have to have always scouts. It's so important for them, because their vision is lower than their shooting range. So if they don't have scouts, it's completely useless. But this could also end in a draw if he doesn't retreat, because I think he will be fine actually. But yeah, I think the game is over at this point. It would be probably over anyway, because just look at the expansion. But yeah. This is it, I think. So very fast game here. After 6 minutes already dead player. The PD will never finish here, but it's a correct move. He should have done it earlier to have a position where he can retreat to. He should probably use his ACU to finish this PD. And he retreats. I don't like this play. Like he could have easily pushed him, but it's a safe play, I guess. He just don't want to throw this win because it's a clear win. He doesn't want to lose it. Now he wants to move these tanks in. Have some more scouts. You can't have 5 tanks at the build queue. You want to have tank, scout, 5 tanks as a build queue. Because then you can ensure that you always have enough land scouts, so your Auroras are actually useful. And then he has a lot of build power in his base, which is good. As I said, build power in your base is always good, but you want to expand also. So, and here is not a single engineer building maxes. So you really want to be like a cancer cell, expanding in every single direction and getting all those max points as fast as possible. Don't move them in. Actually, Auroras can outrange PD if the PD doesn't have a radar. So that's really strong actually. So if you make PD versus a Neon player, you always want to make radar. Okay, control Kate, reasonable. There is no way out from that. And he make Tech 2 max. Yeah. I mean, he's 200 rated in ladder. Like, you don't have to expect too much from him. But yeah. So let's see. Are there any other live replays going on? No, I don't see any. So I'm gonna look in the challenge. Which games are supposed to be played now? So now the next games in the winner bracket are Nyx and LittleTank, and Gunner and THEALPHA. I think Nyx versus LittleTank can be really interesting because LittleTank really played well in his first game, and in Nyx played also quite nice in the game I've seen from him. So this might be a really good. Oh wait, you can't see the challenge. This might be a really nice matchup, and in the loser brackets we have Maudlin versus YungDookie. So are they playing already? I don't think so. No, because we just watched this game finished. So it probably takes, or no, then they have to play at the moment actually. Do I find something in the FAF client, in the U1100 chat? Not that I can see. What is this? He played here on Certus. But I really wanted to see the YungDookie versus Maudlin because I think that's more or less the same skill level. Yeah, right. I really want to watch this game too. And especially Project Tumulus. Oh, that's a map from Index. Let's check that real quick. I think that's a greenish map with some stones in the middle. Yeah, right. Oh, so we have here some sandboxes. I'm at the replay board. Yeah, I think I remember the map from a replay review. Yeah, but it's also a 5x5 map, so it's actually Tech 1 spam. But it's very open, so it's not too it's quite dynamic for a 5x5. But let's see. And interesting that the minus 140 rated ladder player is in round 3 in the winner bracket.
But I think he just haven't played ladder. What is the map of the loser brackets? I don't remember that name. Okay, so this is already, even though it's 5 times 5, it's probably tend to be more Tech 2 because you just have those choke points, and Tech 1 tanks have problems in large numbers to go between those. But sadly that there are too many 5 times 5. I think some 10 times 10 maps would be better, especially in the, like at the beginning you can make those 5 times 5 maps, but in the later stages I would wish some more 10 times 10 maps. I think this would, just makes it more interesting gameplay than 5 times 5, because 5 times 5 is always those brain dead unit spam instead of really nice strategies, because we've seen on Certus Major we have a 10 times 10 map, and certainly we see Tech 2 air, Tech 3 air, Tech 2 land. We see different strategies, and on those 5 times 5 maps we just see Tech 1 unit spam.
Yeah, but let's go. Maybe we can see some replay. Okay, so this is a LittleTank versus Nyx game. I'll join the lobby.
Yes, I only played with spam on time 12.5 times 12.5. That's true. I can't say anything against that. But I mean, I really played bad that game. I remember that. And then I kind of had to keep spam tech 1, so I just hope to shift G you.
Let me check the chat again. If okay, the game is full.
Yeah, he's probably not excited to play on that map either. If I remember, there's quite a lot of reclaim. I mean, nothing against that map. Like, that map is a nice map for a 5 times 5 map, because it's open, it allows a lot of raids and stuff. But just the fact that it is a 5 times 5 map is not really nice in my opinion. But different people, different opinions, I don't know. Okay, it's gonna start now. Yeah, as I remembered, quite a lot of reclaim. So what would be the best approach? These trees, I don't think they're really good to reclaim. I mean, of course, you kind of have to, but they're not as good as, for example, the trees on Saturns. What would be the overall strategy? I mean, moving ACU early to the middle, and then secure this at least, like split this map in basically 3 parts, and then send your units there. Yeah, it took 3 errors. True. Okay, interesting. He's going for a lot of pigeons at the beginning and using the reclaim to scale further. I don't know if that's the right strategy, because yes, you have quite a lot of reclaim, but it's not so condensed. The build time to reclaim all those trees is quite high. Rocks is quite high. I think LittleTank's approach is here a bit better, to go for the Hydro Rush. Because this will allow him to scale now faster. To not use these units is very problematic. But this lab didn't got any value. So he tries to raid, but he's so early that there is nothing really to raid. Because he can afford to just have one engineer and one SU constantly building factories. So yeah, now you see already the build order of LittleTank worked out way better, because he has already 3 factories, starting the 4th one. He just started the 3rd one. So this will be...
Now it depends on the expansions, but also on the expansions it seems like LittleTank is a bit ahead. But now I would just make different reclaim commands. Because then you can even build less pigeons. And it seems like he has already optimized it quite a lot. That he knows exactly after which factory he has to build which amount of pigeons. This seems pretty good actually. So LittleTank did surely better on the turnip preparation. I'm very sure that he preparated all those maps and at least played 1 or 2 times those maps, probably even more. And has now everywhere a decent build order, and that sets him ahead in every single game we saw from him. He's starting his 6th factory. He hasn't even started the 5th one, and now you really see how those small differences start to become bigger and bigger. He gets, but he gets all the mess in the middle. That's really good. And he will get this engineer too. Oh, this is brutal. So what I like to see here is that he has those tanks everywhere to have a good coverage everywhere. So that no tanks can easily slip through. But actually on the max count, Nyx is ahead, and if he is able to convert that into unit spam, probably the advantage of LittleTank gonna gonna become slower and lower until he probably even loses. So this is surely not over. Like, he had a better start, but I think Nyx expanded better. He got also the mid reclaim. So, and LittleTank more or less stopped really this reclaiming. Like, this is an important spot to reclaim. That's 400 mass. That's 10 tanks. He's going for early gun upgrade. This can be really good. I don't know if he has the power for it. Probably 100, probably 200. He doesn't. If he pauses, and especially not when he's doing this factory. So if he can finish it in time, that's really, really good. If he can't, it can probably also break his neck. So it's a high risk, high return strategy. And in my opinion, if you really want to rush that gun so early, then you really want to use those trees to get the power. And he really wants to keep him away so that he doesn't have to cancel this upgrade. But it seems that he has to cancel this upgrade, because this unit count gets lower and lower. A LittleTank moves all his units in, and I don't think that he can finish it in time. As I said, this can be either good or horrible, and I think the second is the case in this game. Yeah, this is one for LittleTank. Yeah, I think he just didn't. Yeah, he didn't have the power to make the gun upgrade fast enough. But I don't want to say that LittleTank hasn't played well. He had a good, really good build order, or a decent build order. And yeah, so Yeah, stole through the whole start. Yeah, probably. So now we have this game, APM IRS versus Maudlin, in the loser bracket. I haven't seen the 12.5 map gens yet, but I hope they are in the final, so we get really nice games there. So with the game, let me join. Okay, let's watch this game. I'm interested in how they approach it. So we have quite a lot of oh, not as much as I thought. But you have an easy hydro start. And I don't know if here are if there are actually mass values in those, because you can delete them from those racks. What is this? I think this map is too choke pointy, like let's see what the players are doing. Both of them starting equally. And then he goes second air. As I already said on 5x5 maps, I'm not a real fan of air. But if you do it correctly, and if you can micro your bomber and your main base together, and I highly doubt that in this case, it can be actually good. But that's nothing I would recommend any new player. He's going for the standard approach. He has to build one more PG, otherwise he's gonna stall. Or probably he doesn't have any energy assistance, which is also bad. I'm really interested in to see how this will work out, because if you micro your bomber correctly, you can basically fuck up the whole scaling of this main base, and then you end up with having more land factories than your enemy. That's the theory. If this will be the case here, But what I find interesting is both are going for air factories. Even though it's a 5x5, it feels like a big 5x5. The previous ones are very, very small 5x5s, but this feels like quite some distance for some reason. So now he's going with his bomber. And the scout plane is here. Oh, this is problematic. He didn't move the scout plane with the bomber. So we're back here. Now he's going for an early bomber. And the scout plane is still in his base. That's such a big blunder. And in the base, there is no engineer to bomb. There is only an ACU. So I think this bomber play was a real big disaster, actually. Because now he loses so much territory due to not having these land units. And the bomber hasn't killed anything yet. And the Inti is out without the bomber having killed a single mass. But he lost quite some expansion for it. Yes, he kills a bit power. But is it really worth it? I highly doubt it. But he's winning air back. And now this can be a nice raid to go. Also, he's using his ACU way better than he does. He's sitting still in the base while he getting real value. At this point you could have easily substituted your ACU with 2 engineers, but he get all this value from them, and now he has to really get this reclaim. He's building the max. That's nice, because he lost some expansion here. He wants to get the expansion on the top. Also, there are no tanks to protect it. It's really good. These tanks should move here, kill the engineer, and get the maxes built. So that's a really good move. And let's see. I mean, Modern is a bit behind in getting this expansion cleared, as well as him getting this expansion cleared. So we probably some split like this. And it seems like, do they get it? No, these structures don't contain any mass value. So what I want to see now is, don't have such a huge force versus such a huge army. Dispatch 2 tanks, send them here. Then you can kill an engineer, 2 maxes. Like, these little raids will be the stuff that kills your opponent. Everywhere those little damage you do to them, and this will scale up later. This is a horrible misplay, a horrible misplay. He wastes all his tanks in this. This can be really a big misplay. He wastes all his tanks. And now the ASU is without any support. And he did it well. He sent one tank and one scout and cleared those two maxes and this engineer, and no reclaim for him. So this is really what you want to do. You want to have those little attacks killing those maxes, because then you fold in the end. And now Morland can expand to the main base. What he should do is retreat. He retreat as far as you can. And when the factories are nearly dying, then you push fully in. Or if you just build a PD or stuff like that. But now you see he's just running in. The ACU just get the next level of veterancy, and you have no tanks left. But for some reason Morland, he's going Tech 2 land. I'm not a fan of this play. He could secure the source side and could also secure this top side. And and also starting with an engineer, I'm pretty sure you don't need a Tech 2 pigeon on a 5x5 map. Yeah, amazing. I don't know in which sense you mean that. But you see already there is some potential. Some understanding is there. It's not like 200 rated where people just do random stuff and spam Tech 2 arties. They know what this what they have to do fundamentally. But the execution and the specifics are just a bit off. And this Tech 2 pigeon, it isn't needed. I mean, I can't watch it right now, but I'm very sure this Tech 2 pigeon isn't needed, and that's 1200 mass. That could be also like 7 pillars or something. But actually, it's this Tech 2 cost him so much, because now he gets the map control at the bottom back without losing the map control at the top. And now it doesn't look too bad for him. And well, if he continues with these moves, he gonna lose, because he's just suiciding all his tanks into his ACU. And all those factories are idle. He gonna lack units in a few moments, and when he continues to spam and not suicide units, he gonna find himself in a shift G. We haven't seen a single TML. That's true. But I mean, the only map where it would be possible was basically Sirtis Major. And yeah, you could have done it there. Like just sniping the HQ. This would be brutal. And now he's suiciding all his units. Look at this big reclaim field here. It's already more than 2000 mass. And in my opinion, he should focus all his units to the bottom, because at the top there are no units coming, and then he can either he sends his ACU, lets his ACU stand here, and then have it protected, or move all units here. The ACU can always retreat into this little pond and be secure. Oh, if he runs into this Tech 1 PD. Okay, he overcharges, that's good. And that's a huge advantage actually because of this Tech 2 PGN that he can regularly overcharge. Yeah, Shift G isn't working, probably. But I think he uses just auto OC. So as long as you have the big enough army, it can work. But yeah, I see what you're saying. But because of all those suiciding units, Marlon gonna catch up, especially because he doesn't have any Tech 2 mixes. And he couldn't even secure the middle. Like, he has the same amount of maxes compared to Marlon, but he had basically all the tanks necessary to secure that area. And now the real difference in eco becomes relevant, because he has another single Tech 2 max. So Marlon will just outscale him in the long run. I would want to see that he goes into the pond and make a gun upgrade. Like, you have enough power for that. So just make a gun upgrade in the pond. Yeah, right. He has one engineer here. You could at least have 3 to 4 engineers reclaiming here. Probably even more. And this constant running into the enemy is such a... look, he has the factory... No, the factories are here. Why do you make a waypoint here when you know that there is a ACU which gonna overcharge all your units? And the next OC gonna happen, and then, like... He had a chance to win this, but because of all those suicides, it's really hard now to get out of this. The eco disadvantage just gonna be really noticeable. He's even capping his maxes already, and APM doesn't have a single Tech 2 max. If he uses this reclaim, but the problem is he doesn't have the control over the reclaim field, then he could actually... Probably he should make like 1 or 2 Tech 2 PDs in this area, so he can secure the reclaim field, because then he can win. But now you see he's suiciding all his units, and it becomes... With every unit which dies here, it becomes harder to win again. And now he wants to go from the back, or from the middle, which is a good decision basically, which forces him to completely retreat. He sees a few units here, he completely retreats. That's a really good move. You don't want to engage here. He sadly does it, but it's a good move to cause all those units with a few Tech 1 spam. He can let all those units retreat from here to this. And now a gun ACU, a 3-star vetted versus not even a single one vet star.
And now we're gonna see the shift G. He needs to stay in range. This is really important now because I think he's really on the edge already. But that's it. He can't retreat from that, and that's a win for Maudlin. So, what's the next game?
I'm gonna watch the challenge again. And we have now, this is the game we just watched, Nyx versus Maudlin and LittleTank versus THEALPHA. Have we seen a game of THEALPHA yet? I don't think so. So I'm interested in seeing how he fights versus LittleTank. And here is another map. So that's probably... Oh no, here we have also a map generator. I don't know which maps they're playing, but it's probably a map gen, I would think. I can ask. No, don't crash. Always this pain with the FF client. That's really sad about it.
That it always crashes.
Okay, now you probably have black screen. Hope it won't be red or orange. What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean the the map gen? Oh yeah. Yeah, we had a lot of red and orange maps today. A nice frozen biome, or I don't know, some desert stuff. So let me get into the channel again. Which is the map plate next? Map gen. Let's see if there is any other live replays going on at the moment. At the moment, nothing is going on. So probably the next round gonna start soon. And also on the challenge, oh yes, it's a map gen. I can probably do something like that, and then we can see the map gen already. Generate map. Let's see, that might take some time. Yeah, finally, not an orange or red map. Welcome back, Accidental Leon. So, okay,
Finally, not 5 times 5 and not red or orange. Probably the best map yet. um, I like that map. I really want to see now some drops. I think you can I think you can drop now really good on the second position. I assume they spawn here. And if the ACU, yeah, you can do something with drops. Probably even an NG drop or something. Or Tech 2 Air. You have quite a lot of maxes. But yeah, it's already a quite nice map actually. So with that amount of maxes, we probably see also like Tech 3 stage, Tech 3 land probably. I think Cybran would be really nice on that map. Either Cybran or Aeon. Um, as Aeon just rush harps, I guess. But let's see what our players are going to do. So the first lobby is up. That's the loser. Is it the loser bracket?
Yeah, it's just our lobby title. It's so I think we're going to join Nyx versus Morlin. I think Nyx did in the last game just a single mistake. Oh no, for my fucking god, why is it red or orange?
I can't see the damn color anymore.
Did I? No, but it's the loser brackets. But also, oh, I like that map. Even though the colors are getting a bit
Repetitive. Turn off blooming.
I think my bloom is already turned off. I have to check in game, but I think it's turned off. But I like that map because you see all those reclaim piles. That means that it's a really macro heavy map, which means
A very fast scaling. And let's see if they build enough power.
I highly doubt it. But I'm always here for some surprise. So you surely have to go for 2 engineer factories to be able to scale up your power and the expansions fast enough to use all those reclaim.
I think they will. I mean, they probably won't do it as efficient as possible. But I think they will surely notice that there is a lot of reclaim and they will reclaim. I think we're at the moment at a stage from the competence of the gameplay here that they will be able to reclaim. So we should probably watch this. I mean, we could also watch this map. I'm kinda more leaning towards this. What do you think? You can't see it. The other map, um, the ice map. This one.
Yeah, we can watch the ice map. I actually was also leaning more into that. The only thing which helped me to the other map was that it's a bit more open and a lot of reclaim. But here you have more maxes, so yeah. Oh, I have to change the scene again. The other game just started. We can maybe, I don't know how much time we have in between, but we can probably watch it on +3 or something after that, if we have the necessary time. No, he just joined. So let's see, how is the reclaim? Oh, most of the reclaim is in the middle, centered around the middle, but we have a very spread out reclaim throughout the whole map. I like that because having one big clump of reclaim is quite easy to reclaim, but to manage all your engineers over the whole field, that's way more difficult to manage. And he's going for a very good approach, I would say, because he knows there's quite a lot of reclaim, and then I build a lot of power. I assume he thinks that. So I have to build a lot of power, and then I can have one engineer reclaiming. He goes for the hydro, I think. In my opinion, you should either decide, either I want to go for the hydro and then I don't build pigeons, or I build pigeons but then I don't go for the hydro. Because otherwise you're just gonna have not enough mass and you overflow power. And at the starting location there is not so much mass. You would rush 2 land factories, but you don't have the power for that. You need quite a lot of tree reclaim, and I don't think that you have that, because a lot of this is those icy trees, which contain a lot of mass. Oh, this... He has a lot of idle engineers here. Why is he going for this hydro instead of this? And I think a second land factory for engineers would be also a good play here, because this map is designed to have two spots, right? And to get all this reclaim, to be able to scale fast enough to get those maxes and hydras, I think to engineer factories would be way better. So LittleTank is going here for a very defensive play. I would do that probably the same, because I just want to scale at the beginning to be able to have more mass income, more power, to be able to then outscale him in unit production. I wouldn't play it aggressive here, actually. I mean, I would probably play no reclaim heavy map ever aggressive. He has the engineers here, but also I don't see any factory reclaim command. Make one factory reclaim command to these trees, one here, so you get all those trees. That's something I'm a bit missing here. He has no. I just talked about that I would make two factories for engineers. He decided to make 0. Oh no, he has here. Yeah, okay, that was my mistake. And we see now already he's a bit faster to the left, but he expanded way better in my opinion. He's ahead on score because he has so many more units, because he idled a lot. I don't know what happened exactly there, but the unit spam is actually quite decent, and it's 5 factories versus 7. So this might be very interesting how this works out, and if he can actually deny this expansion, and it looks really good that he can just send these units here in and kill those engineers, and there's only one tank to defend it. I don't think that will help him versus 3 tanks. And also these expansion engineers getting killed. So this unit spam might actually work out very, very well and cause him to lose the expansions and to get all those maxes. And also all those reclaim, because we've seen most of the reclaim is laying in the middle. He probably used the reclaim better. I don't know, because I felt like the initial start was better from LittleTank, but now the alpha really worked quite well what he did. Now he wants to push this way, and he wants to clear this space and don't want to push further in. He wants to stay back basically and secure all this territory. Make here a line basically and make here a line basically, and then he has way more map control, and on that map control you can go for Tech 2 land factory, for example. Do we see any Tech 2 here? We see Tech 2 land, and this the problem is you always have to consider, do I have the time to go for Tech 2? And in this case, you're already behind on Tech 1 land spam, and then you're going for Tech 2, which causes you having even less Tech 1 tanks, which results in you falling even faster together. So this can be really problematic now.
if he can manage to like make a land factory here, and then get all this reclaim, just the engineer spam. He's suiciding, that's not so good. But as long as he can hold basically this line, he's in a very good position. He just wants to secure this reclaim in this middle. The score is basically equal. But it looks so much better for the alpha. This looks quite dangerous. This is a position that the alpha gonna win, and it kills the Hydro as well as 4 maxes. But they don't really reclaim. It's probably because it's so scattered around. Yeah, bombers could have helped because I don't see any interceptors. He has so many interceptors. If he would have just went for Tech 1 bombers, he could have denied a lot of that. Because just when you see 3 bombers, you automatically basically retreat your Tech 1 spam without any MAA. That's, yeah, bombers would here be really a good play actually. And now the Tech 2 spam arrives. And Rhinos are really good at dealing with Tech 1. It isn't something like the Jensens. They are really good at dealing with Tech 1. And I think, I mean, of course, only to a certain degree. But it can get this territory back. This looks quite bad. Even though, why doesn't he push like that? He could at least kill those maxes. These tanks care about this. And then he gets at least some territory back. Now we see what we saw as a lot, quite a lot. We have 4 tanks staying here, and 20 tanks follow those 4 tanks to deal with them, instead of dispatching like 5 or 6 tanks. Those tanks could have been already here and dealing some damage. And you could probably even force a cancel here, if you would have done it early enough. I think the gun upgrade is here really a nice decision actually. This is gonna be really hard to defend. He's building so many gestures. I smell a com snipe. I think that's really what LittleTank is going for here. He just want to keep his expansions and spam out a lot of gestures to then snipe him, especially because he just is Tech 2. He doesn't have air control. He is just Tech 2. And I don't see a single flag. So this Jester snipe might really work well. Now I would love to see a bit more focus with Tech 2 tanks here. So you can because those Jesters really aren't well in DPS. So you want to damage the ACU and finish like half the ACU with the
jesters. Okay, now he's going in, but where is the tank support? You want to really have this tank support. Now the airfight, this is going just one way. And now the jesters are moving. And no, don't waste any more time. Like, go in now. Because usually it doesn't need much more time until the flag arrives. Or the anti-air or anything. If he would have scouted, and I highly doubt that he has, otherwise he would have focused way more on flag. Okay, now he set up his tanks, goes in, and also the jesters are following. Or at least it should be the case. We could also see a draw, because a gun ACU is quite strong. And he has also some support in here. But I think there are too many jesters, and he is in a really dangerous position now. He has no air support, no incoming anti-air, and this clearly is game. LittleTank won here. What a red move. GG, I sniped you like a rat. This was a good game. I mean, one single flag could have prevented that. So now I think we're going to join or watch the live replay of this other game. Is it already over? No, it is here.
Hopefully it doesn't break now. Because I'm really interested in seeing how they manage such high reclaim maps. I think these two map gens were really good decisions for this tournament. If all maps would be like that, or maybe one or two 5x5 kilometers map, it would be really nice. So now I think I have Bloom turned off. I don't know where the setting is. Or can I... No, it should be possible here. Yeah, Bloom rendering is off.
So everything is fine here. So let's see what they're doing. Going for the normal idle rush, I would have done the same. So everything is fine. He's going for the max before the hydro. Probably it's a good decision. Yeah. He doesn't do it. I can understand why he doesn't do it. That's hard. I mean, you have to think about either I want to maximize my power or I want to maximize my mass. Usually it's good to maximize your mass, but in this case where you have a lot of mass in the middle, it might be smarter to maximize your power. And he's sending an early engineer with attack moves. That's a nice play. You just have to be sure that it doesn't die. And those tanks can really get nice value if you send them like 1 cent here and one here. Yeah, or yeah. So that can be really nice. Also, I would say this map probably justifies a transport. To drop some engineers here, make one PD and then spam land factories, and move the transport in the meantime back and drop here. Then you get both your expansions. Of course, you just live off this reclaim. You can spam as much factories as you want because you have all the reclaim in the world. But they are playing it at the moment like a very normal game, and they don't scale power enough. That's a big problem. You really need to build at least with 4 engineers only power. Only power if you have so much reclaim in the middle. But total mass wise, Nyx is far ahead. Even though his expansion is way slower. And that's because he reclaimed already. Let's check the reclaim numbers. More than reclaimed 100 mass. Nyx reclaimed 1400 mass. And that explains the difference, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would be probably reasonable to just have sent one lab to kill this engineer here.
And if you have such a large area to expand to, and you have a lot of free area here, right? It's easy to raid that. I probably like his ACU is still in base. That was all the game's problem, that he haven't moved his ACU here, and he hasn't moved his ACU here. I mean, this would be a bigger error, or it would be an error compared to moving it here, but it would be far better than moving it to don't move it at all. And now after Nyx has already reclaimed 3000 mass from the middle, he starts to move. So he will be far behind.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't leave base. That's a big problem here.
And like you have so much reclaim, I would love to see just the tech to land rush or tech to air rush.
I think that's also a problem at this rating stage. And it's good that you learn at the beginning just to spam tech 1. That's what you really want to learn at the beginning. But I would love to see some more brave plays. To see, I don't know, plays which is different than just tech 1 land spam. And he's building a tech 1 PD and secures all this reclaim for him. It isn't even needed because he didn't even try it. But that can be actually good because he don't build arties, and now this whole reclaim field is his. And this is such a raid heavy map. Sadly, Modlin doesn't abuse it so much. He could move these tanks here and kill already so much. His tanks and probably this expansion here. And Nyx is doing it really good. He is raiding. He tries to deny him his expansion. And that's really good. And if you look at reclaim, it's a giant difference between 6k and 500 mass. But still total mass, Nyx is only 1k ahead because he made Tech 2 maxes, which isn't a really good stuff to do. You want to make Tech 2 maxes when you have your expansions. Don't move in, please don't. Especially this PD gonna finish too. Why does it stop? If I come to the... Is it probably because some tournament rule or something? Like some setting? I don't know why it stops. Is there a setting or something I don't know about? Probably because it's hosted in tournament connection or something. I really don't know. I can't explain it. But it happened already in a replay earlier. But it seems that he lost. Because otherwise we wouldn't see... Okay, Darkfall is also in the map pool. Interesting. Darkfall, pretty turtly map. But I would say I'm quite good at it. Because I just copied Tagada BO. But we have to wait a bit until the live replay is available. So there's one player in it. Is he sandboxing it? I don't know. Epic lobby. Okay, so the next game will be LittleTank versus Maudlin or Simon the Gamer. Let's see who gonna win this. And then we're in the final. So I'm interested what the map will be of the final. Hopefully a macro heavy map, a lot of reclaim, so it's hard. They shouldn't get such easy maps. The ditch, yeah, 550,000 mass reclaim, let's go. The roller would be interesting. I mean, I can understand why they don't put it in the map pool, but actually I would like that. Hopefully in the U1100 they put the roses in. Or the ditch. I would find that I would love to have that too. I think we can watch it now. Yes. No, you don't need to skip U1900. Just be a free win so I can become the champion again. Oh no, it broke. Then I would have 100% win rate. Let's go. Both replays broke. That's sad.
Then we have to wait, I guess. Let's see. So, yeah, okay, it's so the winner of this um, game between Simon the Gamer and Maudlin has to play versus the Alpha, and then we probably get a game the Alpha versus LittleTank, or Maudlin or Simon the Gamer versus LittleTank, and then LittleTank has to win one time, and then he is a champion, or he loses and then they have to replay. So it's basically best of two, but LittleTank starts with 1 point ahead.
I'm streaming StarCraft. Oh man.
I haven't even noticed or checked it. I think I just put it to gaming in general. Oh yeah, I see it. I see it myself. Um, Let me check. I don't know how I can change that actually. That's weird. Well, it should be fine, I guess. And ladder tutorials. I don't know if I'm competent enough to do that. I mean, arguably, there are a lot of guide channels out there who are like, I don't know, 500, 600, 700 rated and doing guides. But yeah, how helpful that is, I don't know. Yeah, the problem is I can't watch this live replay of this loser bracket round 5, and so we have to wait till this is finished, and then we get the game, the alpha versus the winner of that. The problem is Modern played very defensively the last times, and it's a turtle map. I'm afraid that this game gonna take hours. Yeah, but I don't think. No, I tried again, but you get this error message. So there's sadly no way around it. But we can probably watch some other games which happened. I have to watch the YungDookie game if this is online. If it isn't, I don't know what YungDookie has done to make it deleted. It's actually not there. He wanted to delete that. Yet, like, it is as if nothing happened. I think we can watch this one. So, UEF versus Seraphim. I would say just rush Tech 2 Navy. Actually, Tech 1 Aeon is here really good, because you can just kill so many mexes with Aeon frigates here.
Ah, okay. He just didn't show up. Okay. I thought he actually lost. That explains a lot. What is this waypoint? Yeah, he's scared of him. And why are people doing the factory reclaim command here? Here just broken trees. Why don't you make it here? Oh wait. Now you can actually see the game. I had the wrong scene selected. Yeah. But both are expanding quite good. He's that I don't know if he's too vulnerable, but it works out, so it's a fine decision. But like this engine, look, he got 70 power, 70 power in the whole time. He could have just made mixes here. And he's stalling mass. Imagine. And why is he building power? You have enough power, I guess. So. So YungDookie lets Maudlin have all this reclaim for free. Why are you on a tech move? So, well, all the time the same problem. They just don't build enough engineers. No, don't. Yeah, he should have. He should have continued and tried to kill at least one engineer. Yeah, right. This map is usually a triangle like that, but you can actually see the tip of this triangle, and then what they basically did is just horizontally mirroring the map. Yeah, that that is a good thing. I haven't even seen it yet. Why? I don't know why. But I don't see any units. Like, I mean,
Marlin is clearly, he has more than double the amount of units. But now he's rushing bombers. He did that also in the on the other map. He just spams take 1 bombers. But this won't rescue you. Yeah. So Marlin is way better at taking the expansions. He got all the reclaim in the middle, or he had it for free, but he doesn't manually reclaim here. And this tank could actually go here and kill some mexes. And all those engineers go for expansion, or I don't know, but what is this? Okay, Marlin is going for tech to land. And now he has to move these tanks here. Because he left this huge gap here. And then these tanks could actually move here. Yeah, that's a good move. And then these tanks move here. And then I'm sure he will just react with it and just go to the top here. So you don't run either on the... you won't have the danger that he runs here. And yeah, no, this expansion is dead. This expansion gonna die. So this was a very... I mean, both of them had the same 1v1 rating actually. I really don't know what happened here. He went tech to air. I mean, I like the idea to go tech to air, but you can only do that when you have some protection. Like have at least some mexes left. That would be usually pretty good. Now YungDookie's going... Oh no. He has this... I think he has a mod. Probably not. Now he has gun. I mean, if he goes with his SU now here, and all the units going here, he has a... And then he goes probably for Wolthus or Nothus. He's going for Nothus. Then he could actually win. But he has all his units idle. And actually going for a Nothus is really good here because he's rooted to the spot because of this upgrade. So he forces a complete cancel. I mean, if he plays like this also with a 200 rated guy, he would have lost anyway. So now he's on 10%, 5% of the map. And he's going for Tech 2 air with having less inties. So now he wants to snipe. But it was too late. If he would have done that way earlier, it would be so much more effective. He wants to go for... Yeah, now all the Noths die. And the gun ACU won't do the damage. Why does this not work? I mean, the gun ACU isn't in range, but he moved all his units upwards. Yeah. And now all the units gonna kill Dookie, yeah. Notha is the greatest tool to snipe people, I've heard. And he just goes into the water and then he's safe. Oh, actually, he could control K. No, not... It... Wow! 70 HP or 60. This was close. It was so close to a draw. This would be such a great outcome for YungDookie. Way better than he deserved. So let's see how. So now the Archsim Kids Valley, the finals of the loser bracket. Interesting. I think he was on 70 HP actually. But I mean, it's kind of irrelevant. One shot of the ACU and Mortlam would have been dead. So I'm waiting now for them. Oh no, I have to restart my FF client for a moment. Probably because I'm banned. So that's weird. It takes quite a long time to load the page. I can, so that you don't have just a black screen. Try to load other websites.
FAF is down. Can you try to load FAF in your launcher? Probably it works then. Oh yeah. Like that? But I think actually FAF is down. Yeah, error code. That's really bad. Oh wait. Oh, now it works again.
Strategic launch detected.
So let me restart my FAF client.
Yeah, I can watch the
replay. If the lobby isn't up yet, it seems like it isn't, so now we can watch the replay of Maudlin 27, I think. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to change the scene. Okay, so the good build order would be, yeah, making 4 mexes, land factory 4 mexes, then the normal Hydra start basically. This third engineer going just for 3 reclaim here, and then you go for these rocks and mexes, build your factory to get this 3 reclaim. Because you don't need to build any labs or tanks out of these factories. Because of this tree reclaim, you can scale up your factory so fast that when his tanks or labs arrive, you have already tanks out. He's actually only going for engineers. He isn't. So probably Simon has a better start even. I mean, I don't know if he has watched any BOs. I probably doubt it. but that is... Oh no, he's switching it. Now he doesn't know what to do. No, he's moving all his build power out of the base. And he's reclaiming rocks, so you see what this does with his eco-balance. I mean, his eco-balance is also a bit problematic. Lands go to break trees. It could be worth it, yeah. I think so. And then you can, when you have reclaimed all of this, you can actually edge build a factory here, so you don't have to walk around like that. And also, like, you have so many rocks around here, and he has only his ACU in his main base. I think that's the biggest problem and the biggest misplay we've seen in this whole tournament, that people just don't have enough build power in the base and they scale up their factories way too slow. See, he's also switching for tanks. Like, you have all those maxes, and you have rock reclaim, and you don't build any engineers. Actually, you can do that in the normal BO, because then you get the protection from the second and third factory. But yeah, just having one engineer without anything there is bad. But this lab gets really its value, probably, because you can kill all those engineers here. A drop to these expansions, it's too early in my opinion. I would do that. I mean, in most games I didn't do that at all. I just won earlier. But if you do it, I would do it right after having a Tech 2 factory or shortly before that. Yeah. So he has no tanks at all. Did Modlin win this? I really don't know how. Because he has 4 tanks versus all of this. So he's dropping both side islands, which is probably very good eco-wise. And he's using his ACU not as offensive as he could. He could have secured this whole corner with his ACU already. And this one tank denies this whole expansion. Nice. So he's going for a gun upgrade. I would go Tech 2 first, then go for Tech 2 Pigeon, and then I would go for a gun upgrade. Because then you can really rush it. But this looks really good for Simon the Gamer. He controls the whole map. I mean, those side islands probably not, but everything else. But then he's suiciding into this gun ICU. Just retreat. Retreat now and make a line here. So you secure the territory. And then go take two. He hasn't built his max in the base. It's minute 8. And also all those trees, all those rocks never reclaimed. But both of them haven't. Yeah, and the Auroras are very bad versus UEF gun ACU. Because he one-shots them. And his problem is that he doesn't expand to the... Like, he gets the territory, and then it's kinda... Okay, now I don't have to do anything. But you have to immediately send out engineers to rebuild those mexes, to get the reclaim. Also, he has to use his ACU. Like, he dispatches his ACU for one tank. He could also just stand here. Yeah, and now he donated all that mass. And take to air, nice. We see some different gameplay. I mean, I don't know where he gets his power from. He is on 9 pigeons. And a Hydra. Yeah, and this is a common problem when you're playing with someone who turtles. You just ran in and you donate a lot of mass and you do nothing but basically losing units.
Yeah, and then with Nano he can just push now with his ACU. I mean, he has complete air control now. If he goes after the Tech 2 Pigeon fully for Janus, it's gonna be so good. Because all those tanks gonna die. I mean, he probably doesn't even need to because he has this gun issue with Nano. Let it... Such stuff should do engineer, and your gun ACU should push. Suiciding all entities. And then he's going for gunships. I don't know why people going for gunships instead of going for Janus. Like, Janus would be so much better in this situation. Now he should move away. He's going for Tech 3 Air. I don't know why you want to delay that. Like, build a few Janus. All those units are dead. And you walk in with your ACU. And the mass difference. 40 mass income versus 120. And he doesn't rebuild any maxes or anything. That's his real big problem.
Okay. The problem is that he doesn't use them as efficient as he could. Like, yeah, okay, now he's doing it. Now he goes for the main base. Okay, that's why you have to be fast to use them. You can't wait for them. You can't wait long till you have a large amount of units. You have to use them immediately. And now he loses all of them to a single flag. Why do you make your pigeon here? Can't you make it? Oh man, this is such a bad placement. This hurts. And pause some air factories and then go for full assistance here. He actually paused it in the same at the same time where I paused it. Like, that's weird. So let's see if no game was hosted yet, and there is no live replay. So now he's going for tech missile and tech 3 gunships.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I mean, this is unnecessarily delayed. He could have already rushed with his gun ACU and some JNS into him. He has no tech 3 land. But tech 3 land with this ACU won't be good. I don't know why he just, like, he could just easily go here and kill the flag. Like, he could actually TML the flag and then
Move in with his gunships.
he's actually doing it. Oh no, he's TMLing the max. And I don't know why he doesn't use his ACU. Like, you pay so much for the nano and gun. You want to basically fight every second with it. Well, Not a single flag in that unit mix. Like that can't work, obviously. Okay, now he's going for the anti-air, and now he's killing him. Well, I mean, just right-click the ACU. This seems lost, yeah, kinda.
Okay, so this was a very one-sided game.
Now I want to see the semi-final and final. But for some reason they haven't hosted it yet. Weird. You're gonna watch challenge for a moment. Or maybe they wrote something in Discord. When will the next game happen? Let's see. Okay, I've had some connection problems at the moment. I will go shortly to the toilet and then we figure the following stuff out. No, they haven't finished it yet because otherwise you would see it in live replay or in the normal replays. So I'm back now.
So, do I see the game now? No. That's weird. Maybe I try to host because they seem to have some so I just gonna host it. Maybe they see it then. Yeah, Modlin went in the mod mode and just banned him. Let's go. My game won't start. What is... Yeah, some of the game isn't starting yet, and others had the same problem. It's probably FAF. Yeah, probably DDoS attack, because we have two tournaments going on, and yeah, true, it's a shame. Yeah, so nobody can host, I think. That's that's really a shame. Okay, now my ice adapter started at least. We're getting closer. Okay, my game starts. Probably this will work now. Oh yeah, Marlin managed to host a lobby. Here we go. Okay, here we go. We have our game now.
So, Simkit's Valley. The mass is centered around the middle. Yeah. So you have to spam quite a lot tech 1 just to make sure that you get the middle areas. You have a lot to expand to, but I would probably go tech 2 area in this case. I think you can have quite some impact with that. So LittleTank going for the Hydro Rush as well as Maudlin, and let's see how they continue. Maudlin only going for one pigeon after the Hydro. He should have one engineer assisting the ACU so that he can scale up faster his factories. That's how the Alpha is doing it, and it's way better to scale your production faster. He fucked up his placement of the factories and stuff, so he delays it, but other than that, it looks quite good. And there are a lot of trees, so I really want people to reclaim those. So Maudlin is already expanding here and here. Alpha is a bit slower. He has one engineer here, but towards the middle, Maudlin is actually faster at the expansion. Yeah, Alpha playing quite well. I think Maudlin's expansion is a bit faster, but probably the later scaling is better because Maudlin only has his ACU, and now it happens what happens throughout the whole tournament for basically every player, except for a few ones. They don't have build power in their base. They only have their ACU, and Alpha is just scaling up his factories faster. And even if Maudlin has now the expansion advantage, he's gonna lose it in the long run because he doesn't have the units to support it. And Alpha is already moving his ACU to the middle, and Maudlin stays in the base. That's also a very common theme for him, that he stays too long in the base. He should substitute his ACU earlier with engineers. What I like here is Maudlin didn't follow those tanks because his tanks won't be faster than these Mantis. So what he's decided is, I don't go back and run behind those Mantis forever. I go to the front and try to raid myself. That's a very good move here. And now Alpha getting raided on this side, and Maudlin can raid this engineer, and to lose this engineer is pretty brutal. But he also loses this expansion here. Even though Maudlin has the tanks, he managed to kill all those mexes here. And now those mantis are faster than the YungDookie, so what he should do is now try to kill this engineer. Go to this, yeah, and that's what he's doing. That's really good to kill this engineer here. And this tank could move also here, so he can kill this engineer and the expansioneer. But also, this expanding engineer got killed, so he can go now and kill more mexes. But so far, I think Morlin is actually in a bit better position here. He has his whole back secured. Alpha hasn't. He has those two mexes. He has one mex less on this expansion. He has this mex secured. So I feel like Morlin was way better at expanding. I feel like Alpha probably stalled a lot or something because he has just more build power in his base. And also, you also want to make, like, he has 2 scout planes. He should really use those scout planes to scout where the units are or where they are not. And then you can raid, for example, those mexes. These tanks weren't there yet. Then you can kill this mex probably too. And you get those, like, this map is quite open, like you have a lot of space to raid. And you really want to make use of that. Because as I said already, it isn't really necessary to have this one big push to win against your enemy. But these little pushes which kill the mass and which kill the expanding engineers, these are the pushes which gonna end you or set you so far back that it's a game over. But now we have a big mid push, and I fear that Alpha doesn't have the necessary units to counter that push. In my opinion, he should have aimed for this pond here instead of... But Morlin is backing up. This is a huge misplay. Oh, Alpha is going for his gestures. We've seen that already. But now you have ponds here to retreat to. Actually, this water looks quite nice. Yeah, now the jester's coming in, but he has to push now with his units too. And he doesn't have clear air control. I think he overpaid in jesters, and now he doesn't have the necessary air control. And this ends up being pretty bad. I don't think this will work this time. And now the problem is that there are quite a lot of units. And more could come in here. So... Oh, the jesters actually work. He actually kills him. But he won air. Wow, I've never seen jesters being so useful as in this tournament. This is crazy. He had the air control. He had more inties. Why could the jesters kill him? I don't understand that, but there are a lot of things I don't understand. So let's see. Now we're in the finals. We have done the loser bracket now. And now let me open the challenge. Have Alpha versus LittleTank, if I remember correctly. So let me show it to you. We have LittleTank versus the Alpha, the both dojo player. Shoutouts to Yudoka. He trained them both really well. Both of them in the finals. The dojo clan against each other. So this could be a really interesting game because I would really say both of them were probably the best players in this tournament. You could probably say also that Nix played really well, or did he? Yeah, I would say that he was in the better play, or one of the better players. So this is a really interesting game because I think that ranks are pretty good actually. Yeah, they snipe each other with justice, I'm sure. Because Maudlin, I would say he's the third best. I think that's reasonable to say. And the Alpha and LittleTank, both are pretty equal, I would say. So I think it's a really interesting game now. And let's go in. Have they hosted the game yet? No, they haven't. Which map will it be? Let me check. They write it in the Discord. So now, let's see. Did they write something in the... Yeah, I would say too. I would also say that Alpha and LittleTank were probably the best in the whole tournament. Yeah, a final on sentence clutch, that would be really great. And Justice as a unit, well, I don't know. I would rather rush Tech 2 and then go for Renegades or Corsairs than staying on Jesters. I don't know. I mean, Jesters aren't cheap. Jesters aren't cheap. Let me check how much they cost. And how much is it? Air HQ. So look, like two. Would you rather have a Tech 2 gunship or two Tech 1 gunships? I mean, 6 DPS wise, of course, the Jester has way more, or compared to the Mess. But health wise, I don't know. Of course, you have to consider also HQ fact, but I don't know. I was never a fan of the Jester. I don't know. Because I mean I've never seen them being really really useful. Except for this tournament. Probably my opinion shifts. So
still no host, and I don't know which map we even play or they play. Oh, Good Lands, I think. Yeah, they actually play on Good Lands. Interesting map. So these reclaim fields here are very important, and to raid in the back, like you can do a lot of damage with raids because you have to cover 4 spots. On this map I would probably go Seraphim. Yeah, I think Seraphim would be good. You have a strong ACU, strong Tech 2 land. I think that would be the play. Okay, now the lobby is hosted. The deciding lobby. The final lobby.
So he goes to the bottom. I would rather play on the top, I think. But he played really well this tournament. Let's see how he does on this map. So LittleTank has to win this single game, or the Alpha has to win 2 games in a row. So it's basically a best of 3, but LittleTank has 1 point already secured. Because he is the winner of the winner bracket, and the Alpha is the winner of the loser bracket. Exactly. So LittleTank is ready. Let's see when Alpha X in.
can talk about what they get as a prize. They get a custom avatar. I have to go to the forum for that. So they get this avatar and the and it will be held by the winner until the next tournament. So it isn't it's only in a certain time frame. I think it's like 4 months or something like that. And yeah, that's a reward. And of course, you will be a legend. So I think both of them are ready. And we're starting. Let's go. So both of them, of course, with the land factory, going for a hydro rush. Alpha isn't sure that he wants to go for the hydro rush. He isn't going for the hydro rush. I don't know why he wants to build this pigeon. I'm not sure. I think it will work because a pigeon needs like 16 or 17 seconds until it pays off. And the hydro will take a longer time than that. So it will be fine. But yeah, I don't know. He isn't secure about that. Probably he wants to maximize power to make use of all that reclaim. He's going for a very low amount of pigeons here actually. I think it's a too low amount. And he isn't going for any factories, he just spams pigeons. And of course he knows here's a lot of reclaim. Everywhere around is reclaim. So it's really important to scale up your power. But what I want to see, at least like build 2 pigeons, build a factory that spams engineers out together with your first factory, and then you can concentrate on building pigeons, because then you have enough build power to scale up your factories further. Okay, Alpha made this decision again and going for more factories, which is a sensible decision. He's moving his ACU. No, I thought he would move his ACU to the middle. But on such high reclaim maps, it's really important to have 2 engineer factories. Otherwise you're not scaling as fast as you could, because you have so much mass laying around.
And I don't see any factory reclaim command. What I would have expected is like make 1 factory reclaim command like here, and then you get enough mass. But LittleTank is faster on its expansion. He didn't use the hydro, so Alpha has a higher power income. But if he doesn't reclaim fast enough, and this factory reclaim command position isn't as good as to the right, So I don't know if he really needs all that power. LittleTank way faster in scaling his factories, it seems. It isn't that the case. They have the same amount of factories. But Alpha has more pigeons. And if he can use that power, or if he reclaims enough and can actually use that power and doesn't overflow it, I think he has a better start here. Now the first engage, and this goes also the Alpha's way. This is really a good start from him. But he gets raided in the back. That hurts. Sadly, I can't see the power or eco balance. But now these units need to really push here or go into the back, because you want to make those units worth it. And here are only 2 tanks. And now he's pushing, and LittleTank can't really defend it. So this early hard pigeon scaling paid off way better, because he can now use all this reclaim. And if you would see the reclaim numbers, I'm very sure that Alpha is higher than LittleTank. And LittleTank is faster at his expansion compared to the Alpha. But he isn't as good as scaling power, and therefore also not as good as using the mass reclaim he has on this map. That's very important to use this mass reclaim. And also, like, have one factory building engineers to send factory reclaim command to the middle, because there is where all the mass is laying. Oh, move this mantis. This mantis gets quickly reclaimed. This could have been such a good move. But LittleTank failed to move it away. He gets raided in the back, LittleTank. And that's exactly what I was talking about. But oh no, the mantis doesn't manage to kill the engineer. That's... okay, he's erecting point defenses, so he denies any fast destroying of this expansion. But LittleTank do it really good. He goes around, he ignores the PD, just goes around and can kill maxes as well as the expanding engineers. But he's pretty low on unit counts. The Alpha has just more units. And he's also Tech 2. So this problem really is, if you look around, you see how much the Alpha reclaimed and how much LittleTank reclaimed. This is really a map where you have to get all the reclaim, and the Alpha knows it and do it quite well to get all this reclaim. LittleTank didn't do as good in this regard, and this will pay off now. Alpha will now have Tech 2 and can push him probably quite easily. And he's going for Tech 2, not for Tech 2, for gun issue. So this gonna be very impressive in the later stages. The Tech 2, as well as more Tech 1 units and gun issue, this can be really bad now. But let's see. LittleTank does nice. He raids these maxes. He should retreat here because he won't win this fight. And now the Tech 2 units in the middle pay off in really they can slaughter this whole army and win this reclaim field back, in which not really much is reclaimed yet, so this will boost him even more. And also this middle reclaim, it isn't really touched. There is still all the mess in the world you can get. And now the middle, okay, LittleTank moves all his units to the middle and try to defend this Tech 2 army here. Both of them going gun, but Alpha has already gun, and if he pushes now, he can force a cancel actually. But he overexpanded a bit here in the middle as well on the left side, and that left him behind with a bit few units. He did bad fights, and this probably equals the game once more. LittleTank doing really good with these small raids I've talked about. Like, do these small raids and then you're really good at damaging your the eco of your enemy. These are really good plays here, and he can even kill this expanding engineers. And now we find in a situation where LittleTank overexpands. He doesn't see all those units, and he wisely retreats. But Alpha doesn't fall back. He keeps continue to push, and I think this will be the end if he doesn't shift G in front of the Alpha, and he doesn't. He is dead. LittleTank dies here. The Alpha played it really well. So the first game goes, it's a draw. The Alpha couldn't get out of the blast radius, and it is a draw. That's too bad. Alpha was really the better player in this game. But I don't know, he should have just retreated a bit, let the Rhines do the rest. That would be here the better play, and this cost him basically the whole, like he played the whole game a bit better than LittleTank. And sadly that cost him the game. This one mistake deleted all the good plays he did in previous stages. That means the game will be redone. So let's wait for the next host. Yeah, exactly. They have to play good lands again. Maybe LittleTank learned now something from it. Let's see how they do. But of course also the Alpha. So let's see how they approach this game and what they change. They haven't rehosted yet. So is the rehost coming, or so let's see. They haven't answered yet. They are actually in the same Discord. So this is just a friendly match basically. I mean, I could host it probably. The first community game, you mean from the community game night? Lobby is up yet. Probably I will watch it after that. Yeah, I can do that after that. It's Legend versus Minions, right? Where a high rated player trains some or give. I think it's just giving orders like, hey, do this and do that, right? To lower rated people, and the lower rated people have to execute it.
I can search for that replay actually in the meantime. Was Trith in that game? I've seen him in Discord, but probably won't be shown in the replay. I can search for Dairy Bus. For some reason I can't search for replays at the moment. Maybe I can find them under newest. So let's see. Should be called something like community game night, right? Maybe I jump a bit further back. When did the community game night started? Probably around 19 or 7 p.m. I assume it's that game. Yeah, lobby 1. I assume that's the right one. Okay, I'm gonna copy that replay ID for a second. And then we can jump back into the game. Because our 2 players are ready now.
So now the position has changed, and let's see what will they change. So normal high level build for both players. Seems like a reasonable decision. Then he going for 3 Angies and then Mantis. He's going only for Angies. I like the start of the alpha again more, because these early units will be compensated by the early second factory. LittleTank doesn't change anything. I think he should queue more power, or he should rely more on the hydros. This would be also a play he could do. So then he's going for the mixes. It looks quite similar. LittleTank going for some more manual reclaiming, so he really wants to win this. I disagree with this manual reclaim because you get 10 mass, but you delay your max by, I don't know, 4 or 5 seconds. So that's 10 mass basically. You don't have from the generated mass extractor. So LittleTank going for way more. I mean, the initial thought, I like more of the Alpha, but the execution I like more of LittleTank because he has 2 engineers and his ACU spamming up factories, and the Alpha has only his ACU building factories, and I think this is a misplay here. He should have way more build power. But he has an earlier hydro, and LittleTank really goes for low Pigeon amount early on, but this will lead again that he doesn't use all these these rocks which are laying around. And last game it didn't work so great, so maybe he should change his plan in that regard. So now LittleTank with a clear unit advantage. But there is a PD, so he can't push into the expansion. But he still should try to send some tanks around, so that he can kill some engineers and some expansions. Because otherwise you build a lot of early units and you don't get really the payoff back. So the Alpha can just scale better and don't get punished for this early unit disadvantage. I mean, on the left side there is not a single tank of the Alpha, but there are already 5 tanks from LittleTank out. And Alpha is pushing here, but he has already the unit disadvantage, and that's just a mass donation and a vet donation for LittleTank, so this is very unsuccessful. If I have so much mass, I would go already Tech 2. I would really rush early Tech 2. I don't want to go for Tech 1 unit spam. I really want to rush Tech 2 and then overwhelm him. That would be my play. So LittleTank doesn't attack so good, but I think he should pursue him. And now the left side looking really dangerous. The Alpha just barely can contain this enemy force, but on the other side there's nothing really to defend. And if he merges those two groups, the ACU is in a real dangerous position. And if all the factories just have his waypoint here, this can be really dangerous. But the Alpha clearly with a, or I wouldn't even say that, he's actually slower on the expansions, even though LittleTank made more early units. So this game looks clearly better for LittleTank. Last game was clearly better for the Alpha. Now in this game, the tables have turned and it looks better for LittleTank. He's killing all those reinforcements with his ACU and farms basically free vet. That's really good move to do here. Keep him away from the reinforcement. Let your own reinforcement come here. And this is a really strong gameplay here. This is just free vet. He really wants to stay here. He really wants to stay here because that's like the cheapest HP you can get. And now all the units come together and Alpha recognizes the danger and he moves all his units to the left side. And now, in my opinion, LittleTank should retreat here. It's too dangerous to risk this really good start here. What he should do now is, here is now a big gap because all those units went here. He should really make an advantage here. And he's going for the ACU kill, but I don't think he has the numbers, and I actually think Alpha gonna win this. If he can stay long enough and wait for all those reinforcements, I don't think LittleTank will win this. And now he finds himself circumvented with all those units, and this is a win for the Alpha. LittleTank overexpanded here, and don't go for a draw again. And no, this isn't a draw. This is a clear win for the Alpha. And even though LittleTank played better, in my opinion, he just overexpanded in the last moment. Last game, the Alpha had the advantage, and then he overexpanded and caused the draw. This game, LittleTank overexpanded and caused actually the loss. So now the Alpha and LittleTank are 1-1. The next game will decide who's gonna win this tournament. I would really say both of them, it would be justified to both of them. Both of them played really well for the rating. So let's see how the next game is going. And we have the map gen code. Let's see what the final map will be. Whoa. Navy map. Interesting choice. Because every map was land-based and now the deciding game is just Navy. So we have a lot of underwater maxes. So it's a 10x10. We have a lot of underwater maxes and also a lot of, so what I would do is sub spam and probably going for drops. I would really go for Seraphim here. Of course, it's a navy. It has a good sub, which keeps its usefulness in the Tech 2 stage. Then you have Zuis, so even if you can't drop on the island, you can drop here and kill some mexes. Yeah, I would definitely go for Seraphim on this map, like no doubt about it. Or Aeon for the hover spam, but still I would go for Seraphim. I wouldn't choose Cybran or UEF for obvious reasons. Yeah, Wagner spam. No more Tech 1 spam. Yeah, you might think that the Tech 1 sub spam gonna come. But I think I like that map. It's really about these underwater mexes, and they're gonna be like, you have to rebuild them very often. You always have to have their engineers, because one sub comes along and the underwater max is dead again. And that's also good why you should choose Seraphim, because you have this floating engineer. So the subs you have to build on these underwater max maps won't get killed. Or you have to submerge, but or you have to emerge. But yeah. So interesting. Let's see, I think I can host it. Just. I think you should really play here with the Zuis. Either you drop them or you just have like one Zui to the side island where there are mexes. You can just send one Zui and kill 3 mexes easily. Like if you send one Zui here, you can kill these 3 mexes or these 3 mexes. So I think it's really worth it. Or you go Cybran and go for Torp ACU. Okay, they hosted another game, probably because they haven't seen it or something. Let me join there. So now we're just waiting for the alpha.
So the game is full. The final match, let's see. Cyber and Mirror match. Okay. It's probably the last faction I would choose. I think I would even choose UEF before Siren here. I mean, if they don't want and they are cyber mains, they're totally fine. But from a gameplay or from a both of them take Siren. Yeah. Let's see how that works out. I mean, if it's a mirror match, it isn't really bad, but Cybran versus Seraphim. I actually like that map. I like the water, this greenish color together with this underground. Yeah, so I would definitely go for drops like here, and here's one lonely Zui. But let's see what they're doing. And you have also quite a lot of reclaim. So we have a lot of reclaim, we have navy, we have a lot of territory which can be dropped, and we have two players who decide to play a Siren. One thing isn't good about it. So let's see, Alpha going for a lot of pigeons at the start, which is reasonable because he has a lot of reclaim. A lot of manual reclaiming, that's good. I think these build queues are a bit too long. He should delete those two maxes in my opinion and make them a separate engineer, and then go here and reclaim, because you want to go also quite early navy. You can't delay it too much because there is a lot of mass in the water. There's probably the same amount of mass in the water than out the water. So now let's see. They first focusing on ecoing and expand nicely. And also, like, this is a map which is designed to have 4 spots. Like, make a second factory for engineers. You have a lot of reclaim, you have a lot of maxes, make 2 factories. Especially because you need the build power anyway on the navy factories. But he's going for a second factory now, and I assume he's building engineers here. And I wonder if the alpha actually overflows power, because it seems so. He seems to not stall with less pigeons. And he has
bit less maxes, so I think it's probably fine. Okay, he's stoning power, so yeah, Alpha has a better build, I guess. So he's going for a sonar first. Interesting decision. But I like that Alpha is really focusing on air gameplay. That's really nice to see. LittleTank has his factory paused and no other factory queued, and if the Alpha can actually win the air dominance, this can be really bad, because we have Tech 2 gunships, we have drops, and that can end really, really bad for LittleTank. Early bomber out from the Alpha. And we see a lot of factory spam. I mean, it counters such things as bombers, but I'm always a fan of having a one highly assisted factory compared to having multiple factories unassisted. Because when you have, assuming he has 3 factories, then he has, and every factory has a half-built frigate in there. He has basically 1.5 frigate, the mass of 1.5 frigate stored in the frigate, or in the naval yard. If he would have had one highly assisted naval yard, he would have already one factory. So nice hover bombing here, killing 2 engineers, but the bomber got shot down immediately. And he really wants to change to interceptors, and he's doing it now. So this is a bit, I don't know, sentence 2017 or something, where people just spent lines of Tech 1 factory. I'm not a fan of this. Yeah, they have completely overreacted with the navy build. Like, yeah, okay, have some navies. And he's only frigate on a map with so many underwater mexes. He's doing the same. I mean, I'm the first guy who hates subs. Right? I'm number 1 sub hater. But on such a map, you can't not build subs. You have to build them. And you really have to kill those underwater mexes and kill those engineers, especially. Those are all cyber engineers. You can easily kill them with a sub without even emerging from the water. So, and they are going for so many Tech 1 factories, and they don't eco really good. 3 Tech 2 mexes versus 0 Tech 2 mexes. So this will be interesting. I don't understand why he's going for frigates, probably because that's just how you usually play Navy, and it's like, I don't know, just I do the stuff I do every time and not really thinking about what I have to do on this map. But he's going for the air dominance. I don't know why he doesn't abuse it now. Like, there would be so many great targets for dropping. Imagine you could already drop everything here. Like, so the first sub is out for the Alpha. And he's queuing up some subs actually. He's going 1 sub, 1 frigate. Okay, I can understand that balance. He's going only for frigates, and I think this won't pay off. Now we have a heavily assisted navy flag. Is this going to be... No, they go just past it. But interesting that they really just play the Tech 1 stage and don't play the Tech 2 stage. Here, nice farming of frigates. And he still hasn't queued up any subs. This is potential big misplay. Of course, he can build drop launchers here to defend against the subs, but he can't build drop launchers here, or not in the sufficient amount. But actually, LittleTank has such a unit advantage that those few subs won't rescue him. And this looks really dangerous. He could lose the left side already. Yeah, and now he's moving all his units to the left side, but now LittleTank can push here into the other harbor, and this might be already a very damaging play. Imagine he would have now a few subs just on max priority, just to kill those maxes. This would be so much better here. But now this is a big mass donation because of all those subs. He can't defend against all those subs and all those frigates gonna die. But the big problem here, he has no build power and no possibility to spam any torp launcher. And also, LittleTank has basically no air. He has so many inties. If he would have built... Oh, he left. He rage quitted. I mean, if he would have just went Tech 2 air instead of 1000 air factories and then spam torp launchers, this would be so good. But, well, I think this was... I don't know why they played exactly the same, but this wasn't the right approach in my opinion. Like, if he would have just invested into 3 drops, he could have killed all those maxes. Like, here's nothing to defend. The ACU is here. Like, he could completely drop the shit out of him. Yeah, and also if he would have just some engines, he could spam torp launchers and stuff like that. I think this was the right approach, wrong approach from the beginning. But yeah, LittleTank was clearly in a winning position. He had way more maxes. Tech 2. The Alpha had only 1 Tech 2 max. LittleTank has already 6, is doing the 7th, so he has the unit advantage. So LittleTank really played it better. But yeah, congratulations to LittleTank. He played well throughout the tourney, as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, exactly. They played it as if it would be land 1v1. Like, oh, I just spammed Tech 1 Navy. and you said it wouldn't be Tech 1 spam now. Well, you were wrong. It is. But anyway, also the Alpha has played well. But at the end, LittleTank was a bit better. Congratulations. And yeah, that was the final. It is a bit sad that the last game wasn't close as the first two games. It was probably just because in the first 2 games this was land maps and they are
They know how to play land maps, but probably they were just overwhelmed with Navy because they don't know how to play Navy maps probably. But yeah, that was the tournament. And now we can quickly go into the replay. From the community game night. Oh no, not that my client crashes. It's always so annoying. Oh no. So let's watch this. It takes some time because they fostered it in FAF develop. Because then you can actually draw something in game as if you would watch a replay. And that's of course helpful for the trainers who trains the minions. What? Oh, okay. These were the trainers. I understand. So let's see. So we have basically the game split it like that. Okay, I can draw. Oh, now I can. Oh, that's a nice feature. So we have uh, these teams. When do the lines get deleted? Ah, okay. That's a nice feature. You can basically just hold your right mouse button. Degenerates. So what do we see here? It's a bit hard to find the orientation in with so many players. So this is Team Truth, Team Yip, Team Control K, and Team Accidental Aeon. Okay. So
we see them just building, basically going for normal Hydro start as long as they have one, and basically the normal expansions, as if everybody would go for. Why is Natron still playing? He's 2K rated. So this map is actually hard to play because of all that reclaim. So you have to really get your power up very fast. It's nice to see what the trainers actually said to them. So yeah, I mean the problem is that they probably don't have the fundamental understanding. So yeah, right. So basically, this is a expansion route. Then basically all this territory is an expansion route. And I mean, you could go. I don't know. It's basically open. He should go here, and they should split it off between them. And also, what's really nice about this map is you can build a few hover tanks and send them here. So this is really what you should do. Especially as a Seraphim, you can send a few Zuis here. Oh, actually, at this side, it isn't working. It's only working at this side. But still, you can of course raid here. Oh, I had it slowed down. I already wondered why aren't they expanding. So yeah, he has good a few scouts just to see is there anything coming. So that's a good move. They should move earlier here. What they want to do basically is to 2v1 him. And basically the same should be true here and here. While they 2v1 him. That should be the ACU movement. And yeah, that's a good decision to move your tanks here just to kill the expanding engineer here. So he should use his ACU more offensively. His ACU stays in the base, and he could easily already push him and deny him reclaim, deny him expansion. And also, this ACU should be way more aggressive and push here together with this ACU. And now we see early Tech 2 upgrade. I would have chosen gun upgrade, because with the gun upgrade you can just do way more. You can instantly counter push. A Tech 2 upgrade is more for defensive purposes. Or that isn't even true. Or yes, of course, but a gun ASU is basically good for defending as well for pushing. So now we see here a 2v1 situation. And that gets problematic for him if he doesn't retreat here. And how is it looking? He isn't moving here, which is a big problem. He really needs to go here and assist the pink guy. To deny this reclaim to him. He's going for a gun, which is a good decision, but then he shouldn't overextend. He should have his units here, so he can stay behind the ACU, and only when he gets pushed, he can counter it. And now some little raids happening. He is the air player, and it's minute 7, first Tech 2 pigeon. Sounds reasonable. He's a bit low on mass. I don't know why that happens. And he doesn't reclaim really well. How are the other air players doing? This is really horrible. You never want to make your pigeons like that, because then you can place a Tech 3 pigeon here, and you can also not place a Tech 2 pigeon here. So how is he doing? He reclaimed them. Also, that you most of the time you need the Tech 2, Tech 1 pigeon until you have the Tech 3 pigeon. Oh, this could be so lovely if he would have just dropped the bomb here. And now he wants to push with the speed gun and range gun. But he has to worry about him 2v1 him. But it's a good move. But now the unit count getting a bit too big. He should fall back here. And I feel like here is a missed opportunity, because they both could have gone here with a with a gun ACU. And is he dropping? Yeah, he's dropping here. He's doing good with that. But they are only Tech 1 and Tech 1 maxes. So I would have probably laden like 1 or 2 tanks within to kill also the engineer, which is here to expand to these maxes. And now this is problematic. He has his whole army here, and you see they have such a unit advantage because they are 2v1, but they don't do anything with it. They let him build Tech 2 PD, and now it's gonna be too late to push really. And he's going for a Firebase 2. I dislike the place. I would go for just for gun ACU and push with that unit advantage together here. And you don't have to go through this choke point. You can just move here, and all those PDs are completely useless. So now we see some MMLs to counter PDs, which is a good move. Oh, he has actually tanks in there. Yeah, that's a good move. But he wants to have air coverage for this drop, and that his antis are here. He should have known that bombers coming. And the purple guy is actually doing quite well, even though, but he's playing with 3 ACUs, so he shouldn't be too confident here. Advanced range without oh, he has a Tech 2 pigeon. That's good, because you basically need the Tech 2 pigeon for that advanced range. And now no TMD around his maxes, and that's very well spotted from him, and he abused it. That's very good. You want to look at your opponent and see what are his weaknesses. Then you see there is not a single TMD, so you go for TML ACU in this case. And now we see some more drops and Tech 3 gunships, but the flag gonna counter it quite heavily, so he has to retreat here. But some more drops are inbound, but they are all Tech 1 tanks. And especially when it comes to the Tech 2 max, it's really hard to kill such things. Or I mean, it's of course, but Artie would be way faster. He's going for the restoration field. I would only go for restro field if I have Ilshis together, not with Tech 1 tanks. And we have, yeah, Regal Eagle. He faced 3 ACUs, so it's expected that he dies. But also this TML ACU did some damage to him. And now the gunships are going to kill him properly. Yeah. There is no air player who could defend him. And this is more a mass donation probably. But this is a really juicy target for the ACU, and he abused it. That's very good. And now he dies. What's really good is he doesn't commit all his gunships basically. He just, because all the gunships would take damage through the ACU explosion. But I don't know why he doesn't kill him. Probably he just didn't want to snipe him or something. But this should have been a free kill. And this TML ACU really gets its value. Index coming in with a transport, which is a good move to build TMD here fast. And now he got killed. And the TML ACU really get its value. 14,000 mass kill with its volley. That's good. Yeah, 2k minion, really. I don't know what's the reason behind that is, but he's clearly not a minion. So now we have hoplites. I'm not a fan of hoplites. I really like the Rhinos are really good tanks, and hoplites have to really be babysitted. Like you have to micro them very, very hard. Otherwise, they're just very bad. And Tech 1 bomber's gonna rape them hard. Yeah. You want to have some amphibious units to just go through the pond and kill this expansion. In later stages, really bricks would be nice to send through here. but I see no commitment here or here to really make a play. And also here was nothing really. Only they are using this little, C really well. So he parks his ASF next to his Sam's. Okay, I just need 1 minute. I'm gonna be right back. So I'm back again. I love Hotblight's best unit ever. Well, if you think so. I don't think so at all. Like, Rhinos are really good tanks. The Rhinos are... I mean, Seraphim has of course issues, but after that I would really take the Siren tank. They are good at dealing with Tech 1, but also with Tech 2. They have a lot of HP, I don't know. I feel like they're really good. Now we see Tech 2 RT, and I'm not a fan of that. Of this base wars. Every RT costs 2000 mass. That's just not worth it. You could also go for Tech 3 land for the same cost and do way more damage with it. Index doing a nice work with the push, but it tends to be only a mass donation because of this ACU. You would never want to push into such an ACU. It has basically is full vetted, has gun, he has access to overcharge because of all those PGens. You shouldn't push in such an ACU. So he's going for TML ACU 2. Let me just check how you see you can reach so much with it. I will just retreat here. They have too much ASF and Tech 3 gunships, and that's what he's doing. Don't engage. When you have less air, don't engage. So now it becomes a bit stagnant
We have 4 walls, they won't fight each other. Here also nothing really happens, and here is a turtle wars. The blue guy basically just ecoed. Now a brick drop, which is really good. This is a really good play. Brick drops are always very good. As long as you don't drop in some, I don't know, SU. Yeah, where is it? Yeah, it become quite stagnant. I assume we're gonna have some nuke wars and tech 3 RT and stuff like that. I can speed this up a bit. Because, like, really nothing happens here. So Index wants to go around now, but he doesn't really have the forces to do so. He dispatches a small group, which is fine, in order to destroy some Tech 3 or Tech 2 mixes. Is he power locked? No, he isn't, but he's expanding his mass, which is probably. But he has 2 bases. He should be really in the 300 mass at the moment. He probably focused too much on early units.
I hear some Authams here. Nice raid, killing all those mexes. But they will be pretty fast killed by those gunships if the air player won't kill them. And now he can push this further. And this looks pretty problematic. Because there's nothing to defend it at all. There's not even Tech 2 PD or something. So this base can be easily wiped. Yes, there is an ACU, and he really has to overcharge them, but they really got their value here. And on the other side, it also looks bad for this team because there are now spearheads and a lot of Percies. He could already easily run into that. He has enough units for that. And then also a drop in the back. So it is really looking bad for this team. This team looks really strong. They don't have any danger coming from the top team, and they are really pushing the bottom right team. And he actually gets those Authams out, and they have a lot of mass killed. So they were definitely worth it. And it's a good decision because you don't want to leave reclaim behind, because that lowers the chance of or that lowers the return of your investment. But it's like he should stay here and deny all that reclaiming and engineers, so that he has to send new engineers here. Oh, it's actually his teammate. I'm completely, after 7 hours of FEF. So there is an SMD plant. I've read that there might be some nuke here from the pink guy, and he is already loaded. So this can be really dangerous. Yeah, that's also what I was thinking about. Yeah, of course, you want to get the build power out of the base so you can rebuild the base as fast as possible. And he's going for a Billy nuke, and I don't know if that is a good play, because I mean, you can drop here. Like, if you go for Tech 3 SU and Billy nuke, then you can drop here and Billy nuke all of this. But if you stay here, you have a big problem, because you already had the TML SU. So everybody has TMD now. So the effectiveness of such a Billy nuke, if you don't drop here, is quite low. And now he's pushing a defending Monkey Lord, but the Monkey Lord will easily get completely wiped by those Percies. This is brutal. Yeah, this is over. They were basically invaded here. This was completely lost. So now, and this is a actually good play. He moves all his build power towards the base, which will be now, I think, it will just explode as in a game without full share. So he sends all his build power here to gain control over this territory as fast as possible. So yeah, Control K team completely cooked. But still, the top team has still air dominance, I think. Natron has 85. Well, it's 86, so it's equal actually. But he has no production at all, and he has quite a sizable, or not even, but he has some air grid at least. And now we see a big push coming here with sniper bots, but you really want to have those Tech 3 mobile shields to cover those sniper bots. These should have an assist order on them, because otherwise because otherwise they die so easily. And the pink player is really playing good. Like, he has, oh okay, he doesn't build any ASF basically, but he, as a nuke, he's defending with a megalith. He has quite a lot of eco. He's on nearly 500 mass income, and the highest as the highest mass income. Oh, actually, the red guy has a bit more, but yeah. So now those raids, which happened on this side, happens also on this side, and that's a really good move. You really want to make, I've said it multiple times already, you want to have those small annoyances, like send one tank here, send 1 or 2 tanks here, and kill those mexes. This is what gonna cripple your opponent. Yeah, I see that you didn't want to fight against each other. I've seen it. And now he's spamming Labs versus Percy's. Go for Arties, because Arties actually do damage. Tech 1 Artie actually is pretty good at defending against Percy's. 13,000 massacre, that's a hero here. And he get nuked the second time. And he won't die, but he is left with basically nothing. The only player who has less mass income is Index and Future Planet. So it's reasonable to take him completely out of the game because he isn't a minion. And now this Monkey Lord and those Percys. I don't know why, like, he moves all his Percys to one lawyer. Just keep pushing here. Keep pushing here so you do not deny this whole team the access to this territory. You really want to make now that 50% of the map is your under your control. You don't want to let them possibly have anything here. I mean, it doesn't seem like they are able to, because they have also to fight this side while they don't have to fight this side. And this is a bad play. You can't fly your ASF over Sams and flag. What is truth pinging here? Or was it Babel? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, now the game desyncs. What a shame. But I highly suppose this team gonna win just because they have so much map control. They didn't got disturbed by anyone. And he has even the Tech 3 arty. So there's no way any of these teams can win, only if they say, okay, now we're completely focusing on this team. But even then it's gonna be hard. I think this is pretty much over. And won by this team because every team had to fight two sides. Except this team probably. But this team got gunshipped early and yeah, 1,100 and 100 rated had to have control over multiple bases. So, but actually, it's crazy that 1,100 rated and a 100 rated wins this game. Yo, Trith is MVP. No, but he seems to coach them really well, because otherwise they wouldn't have achieved so much here against people in which like everybody is higher rated than them. But this is clearly it. Like, there's no way they are going for cruises here. I mean, yes, you can do that because he's only one TMD and a Tech 3 maxes, and he's even building an air grid. But usually I wouldn't go here for Navy. And what I really like is the expansion work here. They are reclaiming really well. They are spamming a lot of engineers in this direction and building mass extract just quite fast. We see already Tech 3 maxes in this newly gained territory. I think they shouldn't have gone for Monkey Lords at this point. They should have gone for more Megalith, because they are just way better than Monkey Lords. And also I would have gone for less Percys. I mean, how many Percys are there? 75 Percys. That could be also 3 Fat Boys. And 3 Fat Boys, I would say, are more oppressing than those Percys. This was like, how much cost a Billy Nuke? Like 4,000 to kill 3 MMAs? So now where does the nuke goes? The nuke goes here. Into this area to kill all the pigeons and all the maxes here. But he's loaded in the anti-nuke, so no harm were done. Big problem is here, if you build those cruisers, then you want to use them. But I think they did quite good on the expansion here. So what's the point now? How to continue from that point? Of course you can just spam arches, but I would really go for a Paragon. I mean, yeah, you can do that. Especially if you have a guy with 900 mass income. Like, look at the mass income of the teams. Like, no team has 900 mass income, and this guy has for himself 900 mass income. Surely you need a Paragon to get even more mass income. So what I really would go for is Armegas and Fat Boys, to just have very long range weaponry. And now they want to I don't know what the plan with all those Percys are. I mean, how many does he have? 85. What do you want with all those Percys? That's half a Paragon. Yeah, as I said, the only way to stop this team is they working together.
Otherwise,
There's no way to turn this around. But there is also no real effort to try to push or deny this. Like, they could have, right after they after this team got basically wiped out, they could have forced everything into this area and get all, and this team can get all this reclaim, or at least half of it, right? So that you have at least some kind of action between those teams and try to gain this territory. But this territory was just gifted to them. Oh, well, you killed them, then we just don't do anything. "32 mass killed." That's decent. So he's just going to spam more megas.
How far is the Paragon? 75%.
Yeah, if you build an experimental, you always want to have flag escorting it. And if you want to retreat a megalith, you have to spam waypoints behind it. So then you can actually walk backwards, but all the guns facing still to the enemy. Otherwise, the megalith gonna turn around, and then the guns can't shoot at him, at the opponents. It's like the Salem destroyer or the Cybrid frigate. The Cybrid is really a problem because they are designed as an aggressive unit to retreat from something. The Salems, the Mega, yeah, the frigate. Now, the big problem is he is such a huge air force, and there is basically a third of it, or at most they have. So 111 versus 245. So he has more than more than double the amount of ASF. And he really wants to abuse it now. Make gunships, make anything but ASF. Oh, this can be horrible. Okay, yeah, he didn't went for the ASF. But the problem I see here is, and first kill the ASF cloud before the Continentals arrive. And you basically want to build the lowest amount of ASF possible, while still ensuring that you're gonna win air. That's what you want to do. You don't want to build ASF to have more ASF. You want to build ASF to have the possibility of to be able to build air to ground units to actually do damage, because ASF don't do damage. So now bottom team has finished their Paragon. Let's see how they're using it. So what you want to do now is get from your air player every single factory as well as HQ and spam Tech 3 engineers. He should also spam SACUs from this quantum gate, and these engineers should also spam Tech 3 air factories. Because now you have all the mass and all the power possible. The only bottleneck now is build power. So I can probably show you that. So you can see this. You don't see the picture actually, right? Well, then I just try to explain it. You have basically three resources. You have mass, power, and build power. And if you have mass and power, the only bottleneck is build power. If you have enough mass and enough build power, you're gonna store power. Like that's why we built on the ditch of maps with a lot of reclaim, a lot of energies, and a lot of power. So this team records now. I mean, he's instantly going for a second Paragon, which is reasonable, but I wouldn't go for it instantly because I want to have more build power before that. He's only using 2k mass. He's using the Paragon to 20%. That's very bad. Everything below 80% is really bad. But yeah, no, the game is basically over, of course. Yeah, the bottom left team played really well actually. I mean, no, they don't have the highest rated player actually, but they really favored of the fact that they didn't attack here and could focus early on only on one side at eco, and that really favored him so much. Oh, those nuke subs. Yeah. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, was a quite interesting game. It's kind of hard to keep track on 4v4 or 4v4 like four teams versus each other. But yeah. So I think we're at the end and I'm gonna stop the stream now. Thank you for watching, thank you for staying with me, and I will probably stream another time, maybe some gameplay in the future, some sentence games or something. Yeah, and then you see also actual gameplay from me, and not only talking about replays or stuff. So yeah, thank you for staying with me and see you next time.